people who might reach a little understanding. I'm not talking about knocking out heaven with whether we're wrong or right. I'm not talking about hooking up and hanging out. I'm just talking about tonight. She said I only take it slow. By now you ought to know that I ain't digging this. If we can start as friends, the weekend just might end with a little kiss. She said I'm really looking for a man in my life who'll make a good husband. I'll make a good wife.
Dolby mic check 1 2. Dolby mic check. Check 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 check. It might take a second to get there.
Locking down forever, baby, that'd be too demanding. I'm just talking about two lonely people who might reach a little understanding. I'm not talking about knocking out heaven with whether we're wrong or we're right. See, I'm not talking about hooking up and hanging out. I'm just talking about tonight. Yeah, I'm just
sir, you broke the linen in this rusty old truck. I don't know about that accent, son. Just where did you come from? I said, where I come from. It's cornbread and chicken. Where I come from. A lot of front porch sitting. Where I come from. Trying to make a living and working hard to get to heaven. Where I come from. I south of Detroit City, pulled in this country kitchen. Tried that brand of barbecues, Isaac finger licking. I paid the tab and the lady asked me how'd I like my biscuit. I'll be honest with you, ma'am, it ain't like mama fixed it. 'Cause where I come from, it's cornbread and chicken. Where I come from, a lot of front porch picking. Where I come from, trying to make a living and working hard to get to heaven. Where I come from. I was chasing some on 101 somewhere around Ventura. I lost the universal joint and I had to use my finger. This tall lady stopped and asked if I had plans for dinner. Said, no thanks, ma'am. Back home we like the girls that sing soprano. 'Cause where I come from, it's cornbread and chicken. Where I come from, a lot of front porch sitting. Where I come from, trying to make a living and working hard to get to heaven. Where I come from. tonight. I wanna be a castaway and leave the world behind. Take a tropic holiday, say goodbye to keeping time. Wasting away down by the coast, Pacific cold and chasing line. Easy living down in paradise. Pour me another one, make it a strong one. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Just like the other one, make it a double run. We're gonna cast away tonight. I'm in an island state of mind. Think I'm never gonna leave. Rather stay and watch the waves move the sand beneath my feet. Banging on the radio, laying low and feeling high. Easy living down in paradise. Pour me another one, make it a strong one. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Just like the other one, make it a double run. We're gonna cast away tonight. Ride the waves like we're young. As time flies by, soon we'll be older. It's better to live in the moment. Stuck in the past, fast as soon as the world passes by. The reality is history. Come and cast away with me. Good times are free and nobody can take that away. Come and cast away with me. Pour me another one, make it a strong one. We're gonna have some fun tonight.
Oh, little UNLV, you cast away, gonna let the sun shine in.
Just like the other one, make it a double run. We're gonna cast away tonight.
Oh, little UNLV, you cast away, gonna let the sun shine in.
Pour me another one, make it a strong one. We're gonna have some fun tonight.
You cast away, gonna let the sun shine in.
Just like the other one, make it a double run. We're gonna cast away tonight.
You cast away.
I'm gonna put my bag over here, babe, and go to the bathroom.
We got Debbie Thompson, social lives and mama from the DTA. We got Bachelorette, dressed up in white, little black dress, divorcees. Long and the blues, they're keeping me in business. Some wanna dance and some wanna party. Whatever they need, they call me. Mr. Lonely, Mr. Midnight, Mr. One you gonna walk on a Saturday night when you're lonely. Lying in the dark, I'm the number that you know my broken heart. No, I ain't Mr. Right, I'm Mr. Right now. One all the girls are talking about the one and only Mr. Lonely. Just watching rivers run down the side of my body, almost like it's crying my tears. I've been world on a string, and then I lost everything, and that's how I wound up here, watching cigarettes burn out, till all the neon gets turned out. Nothing left but empty glasses now. girl waiting on me. I wanna treat it right. He said, I got what you need, son. Listen, sit down in the cellar. He reached through the cobweb as he turned on the light. He said, there might be a little dust on the bottom, but don't let it fool you about what's inside. There might be a little dust on the bottom, but it's one of those things that gets sweeter with time. He was sitting in the porch swing as I pulled up the driveway. My old heart was racing as you climbed inside. You stayed over there close and drove down to the lake road. Watched the sun fade in that big red sky. I reached under the front seat and said, now here's something special. It's just been waiting for a night like tonight. There might be a little dust on the bottom, but don't let it fool you about what's inside. There might be a little dust on the bottom, but it's one of those things that gets sweeter with time. You're still with me. We made some memories. After all these years, there's one thing I found. Some say good love, but it's like a fine wine. It keeps getting better as the days go by. Might be a little dust on the bottom, but don't let it fool you about what's inside. There might be a little dust on the bottom, but it's one of those things that gets sweeter with time. There might be a little dust on the bottom, but don't let it fool you about what's inside. There might be a little dust on the bottom, but it's one of those things that gets sweeter with time. Don't let it fool you. Each morning the sun shines through my window, lands on the face of a dream come true. I shuffle to the kitchen for my coffee and catch up on the front page morning news. Then she walks up behind me and throws her arms around my neck. Just another normal thing I come to expect. It's ordinary, plain as
Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad. Bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone. And then when Thursday came around, I was all alone. So I just like Gene and Roy, singing those campfire songs. Oh, I should have been a cowboy. I should have been a cowboy. After 5 down.
There's no stopping me once I get to go and put a can in my hand, man, I'm wide ass open. A tick-tock, that clock is like a time bomb. Yeah, I'm half past 10, I'm half past tipsy. A quarter to 12, man, I'm done that airplane. The countdown's on when the first meter hits me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, too many. Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, too many.
The Mountain West Conference and UNLV are committed to the ideals of good sportsmanship and fair play. We ask all persons to please show respect for the opposing team, game officials, and each other. Persons throwing objects or participating in other acts in conflict with good sportsmanship and fair play are subject to ejection. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. We would also like to remind you that Earl E. Wilson Stadium is a non-smoking facility. Designated smoking areas have been provided for you behind the grandstand area. Also, please be reminded that flash photography is not permitted. batting ninth, the second baseman, number 1, Caden Miller. And pitching for the Aztecs, the right-hander, number 23, Johnny Guzman. The Aztecs are coached by Mark Martinez, pitching coach Sean Cole, assistant coach Ryan Kirby, volunteer assistant coach Brian Schusta, and their student manager is Dominic Grin. And now let's meet your UNLV Hustlin' Rebels. Batting first, your center fielder, number 25, Rylan Charles. Batting second, your left fielder, number 47, Austin Krizik. Batting third, your catcher, number 5, Jacob Sharps. Batting fourth, your third baseman, number 2, Adarian Williams. Batting in the fifth spot, your right fielder, number 22, Alex Pimentel. Batting sixth, your first baseman, number 4, Braden Murphy. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 35, Jay Sharman. Batting in the eighth spot, your shortstop, number 23, Paul Myro, the 4th. And batting ninth, your second baseman, number 3, Gianni Horvath. Starting on the mound for UNLV, the right-hander, number 19, Joey Acosta. The Hustlin' Rebels are coached by Stan Stulte, Associate Head Coach Kevin Higgins, Assistant Coach Corey Vanderhook, Volunteer Assistant Coach Justin Jones, Graduate Student Managers Chase Maddox and Nick Rush, and their Director of Operations is Chris Prescott. national anthem.
Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to UNLV Baseballs, powered by Learfield Sports, here at Early Wilson Stadium for the third game of a Mountain West Conference tilt with San Diego State. Rebels come into the game 4-6 overall with an 0-2 record in the Mountain West. San Diego State comes in with a 4-5 record, 2-0 in the Mountain West. This being the final game of the series, with the Aztecs wrapping up the series, winning Friday and Saturday. Friday, the Aztecs were able to pull ahead and stay ahead late in the game and ended up winning 8-5. Saturday is a game that the Rebels want to forget after beating University Pacific 31-6 earlier in the season. Hustlin' Rebels were on the wrong end of a big score, 28-8 yesterday, where the Aztecs were able to get 25 hits across, score the 28 runs, and it's a day that the Rebels want to forget. Not only did they give up 28 runs, they committed 7 errors on the day, so it was a rough day for the Rebels. Coach Stan Stolte, before the game, in talking with him, talked about that's a game we need to flush. We need to salvage a game for the Mountain West Conference record. And as we set the outfield for the Rebels, we have from left to right, Austin Krizik in left, Rylan Charles in right, and Alex Pimental in right. I'm sorry, Rylan Charles in center. At third base, Darian Williams. Shortstop, Paul Myro IV. Second baseman, Gianni Horvat. First base, Braden Murphy. Behind the plate, Jacob Sharp. On the mound for the Rebels, Joey Acosta, who comes into the game with a 1-0 record, 2 starts. He's pitched 10 innings and has an ERA of 4.5. Leading off for the Aztecs of San Diego is Irvin Weems. Irvin in the DH spot today, hitting .278 on the season. Watches the ball outside for ball 1. Acosta, sweeping curveball for a miss by Weems. Evens up the count at 1-1. Costa's not going to be a pitcher that's going to overpower you. He's a placement. He is a pitch count guy. Tries to get ahead early. Rocks. Fastball just misses on the low outside corner. Takes the count to 2-1. Weems yesterday on the day was 2 for 5 with 3 runs scored. So very productive day in the leadoff spot for Weems last night. With count 1-2, late call on the last pitch. Weak grounder to first base. Braden Murphy's able to get over there, and Joey covers at first base for the first out of the inning. So we talked about the Rebels game yesterday, and that's one of those ones that they sting. They're hard to take, but in watching batting practice today, it looked like the Rebels had a little bit more bounce in their step, and they're looking for a salvage of the third game of the series. Acosta throws a curveball to Sean Montoya, left-handed hitting right fielder. Just misses on the inside. Counts 1-0. Acosta sets. Grounder hit to short. Paul Myro makes the play over to Braden Murphy, the second out of the inning. Now, this is one of the things that the Rebels have really been trying to do, is get those at least the first out of the inning. Talking to Corey Vanderhook, the pitching coach for the Rebels, it's really important for us to get the ball across the plate early, not fall behind in the counts, and then have to make a pitch where the batter has the advantage. So with 2 outs, Acosta, the 6'3", 215-pound senior out of Manhattan Beach, sets, deals, misses with the curveball on the inside of the plate and low for the count go to 1-0. Cole Carrig is the center fielder, number 8. Last night ended up 2 for 4. Productive night, and there wasn't really an Aztec that didn't have a productive night last night. So the count 2-0. Acosta sets, right-hander deals, and the ball is slapped into right field, and up comes Jason Sharman to make the catch. So very productive inning from Joey Acosta, kept the pitch count down, and as we head to the bottom of the first inning, no hits, no runs, no errors. Rebels coming to bat.
First inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left on base.
Tell me what you really like. Maybe you can take my time. We don't ever have to fight.
Rebel fans, food and beverages are available for purchase at the Smoking Sands concession stand. Don't miss out on $5 Bloody Marys and mimosas while supplies last. UNLV Baseball wants to thank Smoking Sands for their continued support of the program.
Rebel fans, welcome back to Early Wilson Stadium, where the Rebels come to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Joey Acosta, pretty smooth inning for the tall 6'3" right-hander. Goes 1-2-3, and considering that in yesterday's game there was only one inning, I believe, where the Aztecs didn't even score. So good start for the Rebels. Let's set the defensive alignment for the Aztecs from left to right. In left field, TJ Fontaine. In center field, Cole Carrig. In right field, Sean Montoya. Manning the hot corner, Tino Betancourt. At shortstop, Xavier Gonzalez. Second base, Caden Miller. First baseman, Pancho Ruiz. Behind the plate, Evan Sipe. And towing the mound today, Johnny Guzman. This will be Guzman's third appearance. He started 2 games. He has 10 innings under his belt with a 0.0 ERA. So Guzman is going to come in throwing strikes. He has 7 strikeouts in 10 innings of pitching. Has had a little bit of a problem with walk batters. He does have 5 walk batters, but very effective pitcher for the Aztecs. First 3 coming to the plate for the Hustlin' Rebels: Rylan Charles, Austin Krizik, and Jacob Sharp. Rylan Charles, the left-handed hitting center fielder, not experiencing the year that he's had the last couple of seasons for the Hustlin' Rebels, steps into the box. Guzman gets the sign. And the pitch is a slider on the outside part of the plate for a called strike 1. Charles, one of the leading hitters in the country the last couple of years, is experiencing a little bit of a down season thus far, only batting .278. Fastball misses high to even up the count at 1-1. Now, .278 doesn't sound too bad, but that's not the standard that Ryland is expected of, or he expects of himself. Guzman, the right-handed pitcher, misses on the outside with a curveball. Take the count to 2-1. Charles is one of those batters that hits for power, but also a real good placement hitter and goes opposite about 50% of the time into the left field. Guzman, with count 2-1, comes and that's slapped back over the left field fence to even up the count at 2-2. One of the things that is pretty prevalent for the Hustling Rebels is when Ryland's hitting, the Rebels are winning. So it's really important for him to get on, being that leadoff batter. 2-2, that slow curves miss just on the outside of the plate. Take the count to 3-2. Once Ryland gets on the base path too, he is a speed demon, so he can get himself into scoring position really easy. So with the count 3-2, Guzman gets the sign, and the pitch is hammered into center field, but that's being hung up just a little bit, and Cole Carrick makes the catch for the first out of the inning. If you look at the weather today, it is pretty much a typical late winter day here at Early Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV. About 58 degrees, winds out of the southwest, but the winds are blowing almost straight out at 20 to 25 miles an hour, and they're saying later in the game, gusts to 40. Austin Krizik steps up, takes first pitch fastball for a called strike. Austin hitting .355 on the season, 11 hits, 2 home runs for Austin. Takes the next pitch, slaps it hard towards the Aztec dugout for strike 2, so 0-2. And having some conversations with hitting coach Kevin Higgins over the last couple weeks, Austin Krizik is a superb batter when he's behind in the count. And he takes a big bender on the outside that misses low and away and takes the count to 1-2. Austin is very disciplined at the plate as a right-handed hitter against the right-handed throwing Guzman. And there's a ball into center field that's going to drop in front of Carrig. And we're going to try to go to 2. That ball is away from the pitcher on the relay, and Austin Krizik is in safely at second base. So with the center fielder playing deep with the wind blowing straight out, that blooper got in, almost was handled by Carrig. And as he dove, Austin Krizik rounded and made a decision that he was going. So double by Austin Krizik to start off the inning for the Rebels. And now we have the hot-hitting Jacob Sharp coming to the plate. One of the standouts for the Rebels thus far this year. The right-handed hitting Sharp hammers a ball to left field, and that ball is no doubt. That ball carried the fence by about 50 feet and probably traveled 375, just missing the scoreboard out in left field. So Sharp, first pitch swinging, hammers it to left field, and the Rebels now lead 2-0. Jacob Sharp, again, we talked about him being a highlight this year for the Rebels, is a transfer from Fullerton City College. Not the biggest guy, 5'10", 180 pounds, but he turned on that ball, and that is what the Rebels are looking for out of Sharp, and get it ahead 2-0 after the last couple nights being and playing from behind. So Darian Williams steps up. Darian takes low for ball 1. Darian hitting .300 on the season, 12 hits, 1 home run, with an on-base percentage of .378. The right-handed hitter, Darian Williams, takes a slider that's a called strike, so 1-1. Again, going back to Sharpie, he's been one of those consistent guys, not only behind the plate, but in the batter's box. So transfer student's really making his mark here for the Rebels. That ball is low and in the dirt. Takes the count to 2-1. Darian Williams, the third baseman, batting cleanup for the Rebels. At 300 for him, which is low if you asked him. Next pitch is fouled right side down in the Rebel bullpen and evens up the count at 2-2. Darian has a really high standard for himself and the others that he plays with. One of the leaders here for the Hustlin' Rebels. Darian 6'1", 205 in his senior season. He's been a fixture here for the Rebels the last few years. Moving over to third base from second base defensively for the Rebels. So the count 2-2, Guzman comes to the plate, and that ball is high and swung on a miss by Darian. Looked like a slider high and inside that he couldn't catch up with. So with 2 outs in the inning, we have the right fielder, Alex Pimental, coming to the plate. Another transfer student, Pimental batting .382 with 13 hits and 13 RBIs. Takes called strike on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Pimental really started out the season hot, slowed down a little bit, but still batting .382. Pitch by Guzman is a bender that's slapped into left field. Hard hit there. That's not handled cleanly, but picked up by the left fielder, TJ Fontaine. But that puts Pimental on first base. So with 2 outs in the inning, Rebels leading 2-0. We're going to get first baseman Braden Murphy, the left-handed hitting first baseman for the Rebels. And Murphy this season has really taken advantage of the time that he's gotten in. Didn't start the first couple games, but has been inserted and really taken advantage of his opportunity. Next pitch by Guzman is hit hard right at the shortstop, Gonzalez, and he's able to relay over to second base for the 3rd out of the inning. But big hit by Jacob Sharp, 2-run homer, has the Rebels on the board, and they lead 2-1 heading into the top of the 2nd. We'll be back shortly with UNLV Baseball, brought to you by Learfield College. Fans, welcome back to Early Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV Athletics, where we head to the top of the 2nd inning with the Rebels leading 2-0 on the home run by Jacob Sharp. Joey Acosta toes the mound for the 2nd inning for the Rebels. At the plate will be the first baseman, Pancho Ruiz. Ruiz hitting .289 with 10 RBIs on 11 hits thus far this season. First pitch, Costa, bender that just misses on the inside part of the plate. And Ruiz, the left-handed hitter, was 2 for 5 last night. Another pitch, almost the same one on the inside. Curveball just misses, so Acosta falls behind 2-0, 2-0 to Ruiz. Acosta deals. Ball slapped down the third base side, foul, just outside the bag. Darian Williams covering there, but third base umpire Dennis Smith gives the foul sign. So the count goes to 2-1. Costa delivers, and that ball is slapped down left field down the third base side and is foul to even up the count at 2-2. We talked about Acosta not being somebody that's going to overpower you, but he does have a really good slider that he likes to use. In the first inning, Acosta was right about 89 on his fastball, changeup about 68, and his curve sitting right about 79. And that ball is hammered into left field. Austin Krizik comes up to field. And so with no outs, Ruiz, the leadoff batter, is on first with a single. That's going to bring up Tino Bentoncourt, the third baseman. Bentoncourt hitting .252 on the season with 3 home runs, leading the Aztecs with the long ball. Costa checks Ruiz at first and delivers. That ball is a fastball down low, but taken for a called strike. So the count goes to 0-1. Costa's got to be able to keep that runner close. The Aztecs do like to run. Ruiz is not going to be one that's a big threat, but they need to hold him close. Costa delivers, and that ball is to Myro, who boots the ball between his legs. We had a 6-4-3 double play set up, but Myro does not make the play, and that's going to be an E6 on Myro.
Now batting number 28.
With Bentoncourt on first, Ruiz at second, no outs. And that's going to bring up TJ Fontaine. Fontaine was the starting pitcher on Friday night for the Aztecs, is primarily a pitcher, but the left-handed hitter swings a mean bat. In yesterday's game, Fontaine did have a home run, went 2 for 4 with 4 RBIs, so a dual threat for the Aztecs. Next pitch, that's a curveball that misses on the outside part of the plate, take the count to 1-1. Now, Fontaine is one of those guys, if you think about dual players in the Mountain West, you think of Paul Skeens over at Air Force, who's now was at Air Force, is now at LSU. Fontaine comes in and pitches on Friday night and then plays in the field the rest of the series. Acosta deals a fastball that swung on a miss by Fontaine. And Acosta is now ahead in the count, 1-2, with runners on first and second. Outfield playing straight away, but relatively deep. And a fastball that's just tipped, but held on by Jacob Sharp for a strikeout for Acosta. That's a first out of the inning. So these are the types of situations where Rebel pitchers, even though we had a ground ball that should have been a double play and been out of this inning, Joey's got to put it on himself now to make the right pitches and help himself out. Up to the plates, Xavier Gonzalez. Gonzalez, the shortstop. Costa turns, throws to second base, and Ruiz is down. As he slid back into the bag, it looked like he may have jammed his hand. His back's to us, so we can't really tell, but it looks like he's holding either his hand or his fingers. Got the trainers and Mark Martinez, the head coach, heading out to check on Ruiz. It's hard to tell what happened with no replay at this point, but he went back in hard to the bag. Horvat applied the tag that Ruiz beat easily, but it looked like he might have jammed his fingers or his wrist on the second base bag. So we have a little break in the action here while we check on Ruiz. We talked about some of the velocity that Acosta has. We have the TrackMan system here now at UNLV where we can monitor and get good feedback on the pitch, whether it is a fastball or a slider or a curveball, and that's all monitored by spin rate that comes out of the pitcher's hand. It also, TrackMan is able to talk about the pitch velo, which is miles per hour, and then it also talks about the exit velocity for a hit ball. That ball that was hit by Pimentel last inning for a single came off the bat at 105 miles an hour, while Jacob Sharp's home run was 101 miles an hour. So with one out, number 6, Xavier Gonzalez fouls the first pitch down the right field line, and Acosta is ahead in the count 0-1. Gonzalez batting .300 on the year with 9 hits, 4 RBIs. The left-handed hitter hitting shortstop. Stares down Acosta. Acosta checks the bag at second, delivers, and that ball is ripped down the left field line, but just foul. So count goes 0-2, and these are the types of situations where pitching coach Corey Vanderhart is really working with his pitchers on making selective pitches ahead in the count. Now, that all depends on what's going on situational-wise on the base paths, because that sets your infield. But he'll be looking for something out of the zone right here to try to get him to chase. And that's the kind of thing right there will absolutely drive Coach Hookey crazy as Acosta hits Gonzalez right in the backside. So being ahead in the count, lets one get away, and now we got bases loaded with one out. So 2 big mistakes by the Rebels here in the top of the second inning, with Myro booting a routine ground ball and Acosta hitting a batter, being ahead in the count 0-2. So bases loaded for the right-handed hitting Evan Sipe, who's catching today. Has yet to register a hit this year. And Acosta throws a fastball that is out of the zone for a ball. So the count is 1-0. Sipe only 5 at-bats on the season. So not much of a book on him. So the Rebels are playing pretty much straight up in the infield and outfield. And there's a fastball that is whiffed by Sipe. That ball's sitting about 89 miles an hour. Take the count to 1-1. So the Rebels will be looking for a ground ball here. Try to turn 2 and get out of this inning. Costa delivers. Fastball just low. Costa thought he had it. Sharp framed that, but home plate umpire Craig Jimmy is not buying that one. The count goes to 2-1. Costa delivers, and that ball is hit foul over the press box here. Take the count to 2-2. So again, we talked about situational pitching here for the Rebels. This is a pitch where we want to keep low and possibly away, try to get him to slap something towards the right side so we can turn 2. Costa sets. And a big curveball that almost hits Sipe. So again, Costa coming inside. Count is 3-2. So bases loaded, 1 out. Costa delivers, and a slow roller over to third base at Darian Williams. It's going to be called foul off of the foot of Sipe. So that would have been a tough play to get turned 2 because it was such a slow roller. But the ball did go off of Sipe's left foot in the batter's box. So we'll reset. 1 out. Bases loaded. Top of the first inning. Full count. Sipe looks. Hammers the ball into center field. And that ball is carrying in the wind. Great catch by Rylan Charles at the base of the fence, but that's going to get a run in, and that'll be a sacrifice fly for Sipe. And the Aztecs get 1 on the board as Rees comes across to score. Great play by Rylan as he was playing relatively medium in the center field slot and had to get on his horse and get all the way to the fence at the 400 mark and make a good over-the-shoulder catch, which we see continuously from Rylan. So the Aztecs get 1 across with 2 outs, runners on first and second. Caden Miller, the second baseman, comes to bat, left-handed hitting Miller, batting .257, and the runners take off. They're going to make a throw to second base, and he's going to be in there. The second base umpire, Heath Jones, took a while to call that. Horvat put the tag on him, but the slide just beat him. So runners advance 90 feet, runners on second and third. With the count 0-1, Acosta still pitching out of the stretch, way outside. Bender gets away from him a little bit. Good job by Jacob Sharp, the catcher for the Rebels, to keep that one from going to the backstop, which would have scored a run. So the count evens up at 1-1. Acosta sets and delivers again outside. That was a fastball that missed almost in the same spot as that curveball did last time, away from the left-handed hitting Kalen Miller. Kalen Miller went 4 for 4 last night, so Miller had a day for himself. Next pitch just misses on the outside part of the plate. Take the count to 3-1. So Miller's going to be looking for something in the zone to drive here with 2 outs. Acosta's got to be careful. With first base open, it's not the worst thing against the hot-hitting Miller to give him the free pass. And the pitch from Acosta is fouled back over the backstop here. Take the count to 3-2. So good pitch by Acosta there. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Just couldn't get caught up to by Caden Miller. The count goes 3-2 with 2 outs. So runners will be moving a little bit. And that is a called strike 3. Curveball just catches the outside part of the plate. Really helps Joey Acosta. He helps himself right there to retire the side for the Aztecs. But the Aztecs do get 1 across on 1 hit, 1 run, and 1 error. And as we head to the bottom of the 2nd inning, the Rebels lead 2-1.
Intermountain Healthcare, the official health partner of UNLV Athletics.
Welcome back to Hustlin' Rebel Baseball, where we head to the bottom of the 2nd inning with the Hustlin' Rebels leading 2-1 after Aztecs get 1 in the top of the 2nd, unearned on an error by Paul Myro at second base. So the Rebels will be looking to pad to their lead.
35, Jay Sharman.
Up to the plate's going to step the left-handed hitting DH, Jason Sharman. Jason Sharman, a local here from Las Vegas. He's a senior, 5'11", 185 pounds. Jason hitting 143 in 8 at-bats this season. Watches a changeup on the outside part of the plate. Just misses, though, for a count 1-0. Sharman's been a mainstay in the program for the last couple of years, been a utility player, been a starter, really been a good addition for the Rebels over the last couple of years. And he has his brother that toes the mound for the Rebels, who actually pitched yesterday. Did have a rough outing, but the Sharman brothers are a big part of UNLV baseball for the last 4 years. Guzman delivers, and that is a curveball that's in there for us called strike. So the count goes to 2-1. Outfield playing pretty much straight away. The Old Glory out in center field is almost standing or straight out as Sharman takes another curveball for a called strike. So right now the wind is blowing directly out to center field, and with gusts 25 to 30 miles an hour, it's going to make it a little dicey for the outfielders this day, for today. Next pitch is down and away. It's swung on by Sharman. That ball is in the dirt, but picked up by the catcher, Evan Sipe, and throws out Sharman at first base, and that will be a strikeout for Guzman with a 2-3 putout. Paul Myro steps to the plate, the right-handed hitting shortstop, batting .229 on the season with 2 home runs. Did have a home run in yesterday's tilt. Guzman sets and delivers. And a bunt attempt, but goes off of Myro's foot for a foul ball, and the count goes to 0-1. The Aztecs were set deep in the infield, so probably not something that's called by the third base coach, Kevin Higgins. That's probably something there that Myro saw on his own, was trying to take advantage of the depth of third baseman for the Aztecs. Didn't execute. The count goes to 0-1. Guzman delivers. And that's a curveball that is just low. Looked like a good pitch. Guzman was not very happy about that one. So the count goes to 1-1 with Paul Myro, the shortstop for the Rebels. And the pitch. Myro takes a low curveball for a called strike. It wasn't the pitch that Myro was looking for right there, as he shook his head and didn't think that was in the zone. But nonetheless, the count goes to 1-2. The next pitch is low and in the dirt, even up the count at 2-2. Guzman again is very effective for the Aztecs. His fastball comes in 81-84, slider about 75. So he can mix up his pitches pretty well. He's not going to overpower you. The next pitch is going to be a called strike on a curveball. Great pitch by Guzman, and Myro goes down looking. So 2 quick outs for the Rebels. Guzman working at a good pace right there, and that's going to bring up the number 9 hitter, Gianni Horvat. Horvat, the second baseman for the Rebels, is batting .226 on the season with 6 RBIs. Horvat, out of Valencia, California, is 5'11", 165 pounds, and takes a curveball over the outside part of the plate for a called strike 1. Horvat played primarily at shortstop last year and has slid over into the second base role and has done a really good job both at the plate and in the field for the Rebels. Being that number 9 hitter for the Rebels, you're expected to deliver. And if you've watched the Rebels over the last couple of years, there are no holes in the lineup. So Horvat, being the number 9 hitter, is expected to drive the ball. It takes a big swing at a fastball that misses. Couldn't quite catch up to that from Guzman. And the count goes to 1-2. Outfield playing straight away, shallow in right field. And the pitch is going to get inside in the dirt, and that's going to take the count to 2-2. That ball just missed Horvat on the inside part of his right foot. So with the count 2-2 and 2 outs, Guzman gets the sign, delivers, and that ball is overthrown, a fastball that gets away from the catcher's sight, and that count is going to go to 3-2. With the leadoff batter, Rylan Charles, coming up, Guzman does not want to get to him with a man on base. So he's going to be making a good pitch someplace in the zone here. So Horvat's got to be thinking the same thing. And takes a curveball on the outside part of the zone that just misses. They appeal down to first base umpire John Bostwick, and he says that Horvat does hold up on a swing. So the Rebels have a 2-out base runner with Horvat getting a walk. Good at bat by Horvat right there, getting behind in the count early but battling back. So that brings up the leadoff batter, center fielder Rylan Charles. Throw over to first base, Horvat in easily. This is a situation right here where, depending on the pitch count, Coach Higgins gets very aggressive on the base pass with a contact hitter up like Rylan Charles. So Aztecs are going to be looking to try to keep him relatively close to the bag. Pitch by Guzman is high and outside with a slider that misses. The count goes to 1-0. Again, we talked about it early in the first inning. Ryland Charles not having the season that he expects to have of himself, but it's only a matter of time where he starts delivering for the Rebels. Batting .278. He is 0 for 1 this game. Another throw over to first base. Horvat back in easily. In talking to Ryland on the last road trip, he's trying to make some adjustments, but most of the thing that he talks about is just being mentally prepared for better at-bats. Next pitch is slapped into right field, and that ball is going to drop. So Ryland Charles has his first hit of the day, and the Rebels, with 2 outs, have runners on first and second, which brings up Austin Krizik, the left-handed hitter,
Austin Grizzett.
playing in the left field slot for the Rebels. Austin comes into the game hitting .355, so one of the better hitters for the Rebels thus far this season. Guzman's going to try to work his way out of a walk and a single with 2 outs. Checks Horvat at second, delivers. Curveball just misses on the inside, and the count goes to 1-0. We talked about how selective and smart Austin Krizik is at the plate, and he's been in that slot for 4 years now. Coming out of Centennial High School here in Las Vegas, very storied youth and high school career, and he's added to that here at UNLV. Krizik takes a curveball in the zone for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1. So again, this is another situation based on the count. Be looking for the Rebels to try to generate some runs. Krizik takes a slider inside, and the count goes to 2-1. So in knowing what the Rebels do on the base paths so far this season and in the last couple of years, wouldn't surprise me to see the runners moving here on a hit and run. They don't go, and Krizik swings over the top of a curveball for a strike 2, and the count goes to 2-2. Krizik steps out of the box, adjusts his batting gloves. We'll talk a little bit about the pitch count and how that's affected the pitch clock and how that's affected college baseball here as we go throughout the day. 2-2, and that ball is inside fastball that just misses, and the count goes 3-2. So this is going to enable, with 2 outs, runners on first and second, the runners to get a good jump. Coach Higgins signaling over to both batters to get way off the bag. With the count 3-2, Guzman delivers, and that ball is hammered down to left field line and just misses by about 2 feet. That would have been extra bases for Krizik, and with the runners in movement off the 3-2 count, both runners would have easily scored. So good rip by Krizik at the plate there on a 3-2 count. And that curveball that Guzman hung just a little bit, but he got out in front of it and rips it foul. So 3-2, runners will be in motion again. And the pitch, and that's low and away. That's going to be ball 4. So 2 walks and a single this bottom half of the second inning. And the Rebels got something working with 2 outs. And up comes to the plate Jacob Sharp. Jacob Sharp, coming out of the first inning, blasts a 360-foot home run. And there's no place to put him, so you can't pitch around a hot-hitting Sharp right now. So Guzman's going to have to do this on his own. Outfield playing deep in left and center. And we're going to get a mound visit right now with the hot-hitting Sharp up. And this is going to be pitching coach Sean Cole that's going to be coming out, getting all the infield in, trying to talk some strategy here. Guzman has made some good pitches here, but just missing the corners and has walked 2 batters this inning. We talked about Guzman and the number of strikeouts he has, but the walk has been a little bit of a thorn in his side. He's walked 2 this inning. So the Rebels looking to get more rolling here with 2 outs. So Krizik at first, Charles at second, Gianni Horvat at third base. Jacob Sharp, the catcher from Whittier, California, out of Fullerton City College, the first year here with the Rebels, comes to the plate. Guzman out of the stretch. First pitch is a curveball on the outside part of the plate, and that's a called strike. So Rebels looking for Sharp to come through here, extend that lead after giving up one in the top of the second inning, leading 2-1. And that ball gets away, a fastball gets away from the catcher, Evan Sipe, and that's going to be a wild pitch. All runners advance one bag, and the Rebels get one more across. That takes the count to 1-1 with runners on second and third. Horvat was able to easily come into home plate, standing up as that ball got way away from the catcher, Evan Sipe, almost going towards the Rebel dugout. So 1-1 with 2 outs. Charles on third, Krizik on second, and the pitch is way high, almost gets away from Sipe again. Guzman tried to throw a power pitch there, gets away from him. Sipe does a good job of making sure that ball doesn't get to the backstop like the last pitch does. The count goes to 2-1. Guzman delivers, and that ball is tapped down to the shortstop. It's going to be a close play, but good play by Xavier Gonzalez right there to retire Sharp at first base. But the damage was done with the Rebels picking up one on one hit, 1 run, no errors, and heading into the top of the third, the Hustling Rebels lead the Aztecs of San Diego State 3-1. We'll be back shortly.
All right, fans, it's time for some Rebel baseball trivia. Take a look at the video board for today's question. The question is, who was the first former Rebel to go on to play in the MLB? If you think you know the answer, head over to the marketing table and submit your answer. One lucky fan with the correct answer will be picked as today's winner. Good luck.
Welcome back to Rebel Baseball, hosted by Learfield Sports. I'm Dan Dolby. Rebels pick up one in the bottom of the second, lead now 3-1 with the top of the order coming up for the Aztecs. It will be Irvin Weems to face Joey Acosta again. Last inning, Weems was unable to get on base. He's 0 for 1 for the day.
Now batting number 42, Irvin Weems.
Acosta's given up 1 run on 1 hit that was an unearned run, 2 strikeouts. So the tall, lanky right-hander facing Weems from the right side of the plate. Acosta pitching out of the stretch. That's a fastball that just misses on the outside part of the plate. Take the count to 1-0. The count 1-0. That first pitch has popped up high down the left field line. Krizik giving chase over there. The wind's going to play havoc on that one and going to take it just to the bullpen out there in left field. That'd be the Aztecs bullpen. Krizik not able to get over there. That ball was moving quite a bit with the wind. And the count goes to 1-1. So we talked about the wind today. Any ball that's elevated has a chance to get out of the ballpark today. The dimensions here, 400 to straight center, 335 to down both lines. And that next pitch, sweeping curveball down, a called strike. Count goes to 1-2 on Irvin Weems. So, again, we talked about getting ahead in the count for Acosta, being very selective on his pitches. Weems hugging the plate. Acosta's coming inside, and that ball is tapped down to third base. Darian Williams comes up to it, easily relays over to Braden at first base for the first out of the inning. So good pitch right there, keeping the ball low and inside, and that ball was not, Weems was not able to turn over on it in a routine play by Darian Williams at third base. We talked about Williams moving over to the third base slot this year. He's played the last 3 years as a starter at second base, and they feel that he is going to be a third baseman at the next level, so they're going to move him over there. Next batter is going to be Sean Montoya. Montoya 0-1 on the day, fakes a bunt, takes a called strike. Montoya hitting from the left side against the right-handed pitcher, Joey Acosta, takes another one, fastball right down the middle, and Acosta quickly gets ahead in the count, 0-2. So he'll be looking to get something a little bit out of the zone, which hopefully Montoya will chase. And that's a good pitch on the outside part of the plate right there, fastball that misses. But Sharpie gives Acosta a nod of the head saying that's a good pitch. Counts 1-2 with 1 out. Next pitch is slapped over to Myro at shortstop. He's going to make the relay over to Braden Murphy for the second out of the inning. So very crafty pitching right there by Joey Acosta, getting in the ahead in the count against the last 2 batters, and then keeping the ball low and away so that the batters don't have much to do but kind of slap it away. So with 2 outs in the inning, Cole Carrig comes to the plate. Cole 0 for 1 in the game. Left-hand hitting Carrig, batting .289, takes a called strike on the outside part of the plate for a count of 0-1. So one of the things that the Rebel coaching staff is going to be looking for Acosta to do is eat up some innings, and he's doing a good job right now keeping his pitch count down. And the next pitch is hammered into center field. Charles giving chase, and that ball is going to get out of here. That ball was hammered by Cole Carrig straight away center field. We talked about the wind. That ball did not need the wind. That ball was absolutely hammered. And that's the first home run of the year for Cole Carrig. So the Aztecs, good piece of hitting with 2 outs in the inning. And that's going to make the score 3-2. The Hustlin' Rebels lead by 1. And number 24, Pancho Ruiz, steps to the plate, batting .289 on the season. Had a single his last at bat, so 1-1, 1 for 1 on this game. The the right-handed hitting Ruiz pops one foul down the right field line that's going to get out of play, and Acosta gets ahead 0-1. We talked about the pitch selection. You know, that's one that Acosta against Carrig would really like to have back. He put that one right in the zone. Carrig sat on it, and that ball was hammered about 420 feet. Next pitch is hit down to Myro at second base. Relay over to Braden for the third out of the inning, but there is some damage. The Aztecs hang around. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors. And heading into the bottom of the third inning, the Hustlin' Rebels 3, Aztecs of San Diego 2. We'll be back shortly.
Kids, it's Sunday, so that means you can run the bases after the game. Parents, be sure to pick up a waiver at the marketing table to sign and turn it in after the game.
Fans, welcome back to Early Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV, where the visiting Aztecs and your Hustlin' Rebels wrap up a 3-game series, with the Aztecs taking the first 2 games of the series relatively in big fashion, as the Rebels now trying to get 1 game in this all-important Mountain West Conference opener. Heading into the bottom of the 3rd, the Rebels lead 3-2. Johnny Guzman still on the mound for the Aztecs as Adarian Williams steps up to the plate. Williams struck out in his last at bat and takes a fastball out of the zone away from the right-handed hitting Adarian Williams. The count goes to 1-0. Adarian, power hitter, but also very selective, and will take the holes where there's a big hole towards second base in the 4 hole. Wouldn't surprise me to see Williams try to slap something over there on an outside pitch. And he takes a fastball that is low and outside, and the count goes to 2-0. Guzman working at a good pace, delivers, and that curveball gets across the plate for a called strike, and the count goes to 2-1. Good pitch by Guzman, and Adarian agreed as he shakes his head. The pitch, and that is a check swing that's called for a strike. Was in the zone. Adarian thinking it was a little outside, but couldn't hold up, and the count goes to 2-2. That pitch was called by the home plate umpire. He thought that Adarian got around. Next pitch inside, and that ball is slapped down the third base line, keeping the count at 2-2. So no outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The Rebels leading 3-2. Cleanup batter Adarian Williams hitting just under 300 this year. Pitch by Guzman is low and away. Good read by Adarian right there, and the count goes full. So with Pimental on deck, Guzman's going to want to try to get something probably inside and on the hands of Adarian. Comes fastball, ball's hit through left field, and that's going to get through the 6 hole for a single by Adarian Williams. The diving Xavier Gonzalez just couldn't quite get there. So good piece of hitting. I think Guzman made the good pitch on the inside, but Adarian, being as strong as he is able to muscle that ball into left field. So a one-out hit, a leadoff hit by Adarian Williams, and the right fielder, Alex Pimental, steps to the plate. Pimental out of Anaheim, California. He's a Long Beach State transfer. Played for the Dirtbags for 3 years. And we got a runner with Adarian Williams heading down, and he's going to be in safe at second base with the stolen base. So there's the aggressiveness we talked about. Adarian Williams, for as big as he is, he's got a really high motor and was able to beat that throw. Really good throw by sight, but Adarian had a really good jump and was able to get in under the tag. So with a runner on second base in Adarian Williams, Pimental behind in the count, 0-1. Guzman delivers, and that's going to be a strike fastball on the outside part of the plate. Pimental didn't like that one. Count goes 0-2. Pim gets the sign from third base coach Kevin Higgins. Guzman checks Williams at second base and delivers. Pimental swings it low and in the dirt, and that's going to be a strikeout for Guzman. So the first out of the inning. I don't think that was the pitch that Pimental was looking for, as he was committed to swing early and wasn't able to hold up on that. So with 1 out in the inning, first baseman Braden Murphy, the left-handed hitter, steps to the plate. Murphy 0 for 1 on the game, slaps one down to left field. It's going to be out of play, and Guzman gets ahead in the count, 0-1. Murphy's another one of those very disciplined Rebel hitters that does hit for some power, but will take the ball the other way. And Aztecs have the scouting report as the left fielder is playing towards the line. Next pitch is high, fastball way up in the zone, and that is going to be a 1-1 count. So Murphy, we talked about it earlier. He's been primarily a shortstop for the Rebels the last couple of years, has moved over to the first base slot and done a really good job over there. And he's going to foul the next one back into the stands and fall behind in the count 1-2. So Guzman is going to be looking to try to keep something out of the zone and get Murphy to chase here with Adarian Williams at second base. 1 out in the inning with the Rebels leading 3-2. Guzman checks Adarian at second base and delivers. And that ball is tapped down the first base line. First baseman gets over there but is going to drop the ball. That ball probably should have been taken by Caden Miller, the second baseman, but the first baseman, Pancho Ruiz, cut him off and wasn't able to come up with the ball.
Now batting number 35, Jay Sharman.
So that's going to be an error on the first baseman, Pancho Ruiz. Guzman throws to first base to get Braden Murphy back to the bag. And we have a designated hitter, left-handed hitting Jason Sharman with 1 out, runners on the corners. Again, that last play, it's hard because first baseman's kind of in a no man's land. First, the pitcher is running over to cover the base. Second baseman, Caden Miller, had a little discussion with the first baseman, Ruiz, saying, I probably should have taken that. But Ruiz ends up booting the ball, and then runners are able to advance to third into Adarian Williams. So that last pitch to Sharman was low and outside, and the count goes to 1-0. With 1 out in the inning, runners on the corner, the left-handed hitting Sharman at the plate and a throw over to first base. They're going to try to keep Braden Murphy close to that bag as Rebels have a penchant for second base to be open to try to take that bag with the stolen base and make the catcher make a decision on what the play is going to be. Guzman throws again to first base, really trying to keep Murphy close, but Murphy doesn't have a huge lead over there and is easily able to get back into the bag. Guzman checks the runner, Murphy, at first base. And the pitch is slapped down the left field line. Kind of keep your heads down. The Aztec dugout had to do a little duck over there as the left-handed hitting Sharman slapped one that just got to the dugout over there. So you got to stay on your toes when you're on the dugout, especially here at Early Wilson, where the fence is only about waist high to chest high on some players. Next pitch is going to be slapped back to the screen, and the count is going to stay at 1-2. So this situation too, where the Rebels in the past with being down in the count and a contact hitter in Sharman may be on the move with Braden Murphy at first base. Takes a bigger lead this time. It's being checked by Guzman. And he throws over there again. Murphy easily back into first base. So that's 4 pickoff attempts by Guzman this inning. Murphy gets his lead. Adarian on third. And Guzman comes to the plate, and that ball is low and away. Good hold up by Sharman. Behind in the count, so very selective right there. Ball out of the zone and low, and the count goes to 2-2. This is a situation here where Sharman's going to be looking for something in the zone and be able to drive. And that ball is way outside, misses with the slider, and that's going to take the count to 3-2. So full with Braden Murphy on first, Adarian Williams on third, 1 out in the inning. Full count to Jason Sharman. Guzman checking Murphy over at first base again. Throws over there. Murphy easily back in, so 5 pickoff attempts. You know, they talk about the timing for a pitcher. Throwing that many times over to first base really can get a pitcher out of whack at times. So Sharman can be selective here. 3-2, he's going to be looking for something in the zone. He doesn't want to walk another batter. Another throw over to first base. Murphy in standing up. So Murphy has cut his lead down a little bit at first base, knowing that 6 pickoff attempts have been thrown his way. Guzman sets and delivers to home plate, and that's going to be ball 4. Fastball misses high and outside. So with 1 out, the Rebels have the bases juiced. And shortstop, number 23, Paul Myro IV, is going to step to the plate. And we're going to get a visit to the mound here. Infielders have all joined Guzman on the mound. No coach has made his way out yet, which usually pitching coach and head coach are trying to buy some time, but doesn't look like they're going to make any type of change. We do have some action in the bullpen. It looks like number 32, Ricky Tibbett, the right-handed 6'2", 195-pound junior right-hander out of San Diego, is up and getting ready in the Aztec bullpen. So let's set it for you. Bases loaded. First pitch to Myro is high and away, and the count goes to 1-0. Myro, in his first at bat, struck out looking. So we have Sharman at first, Murphy at second, Darian at third, and that slow curveball is watched for a called strike to Paul Myro, evens up the count at 1-1. This is a situation where coaching staff is going to be expecting Myro to get something in the outfield. Even a sacrifice right now, we get that run back that we gave up the top of the inning. Guzman delivers from the stretch, and that ball is hammered to left field, and that is going to be a no-doubter grand slam for Paul Myro. So Myro, sitting on that curveball, was able to power that one over the 375 mark in left center. So Myro, really good job being patient. And now has the Rebels up on the score 7-2. So great piece of hitting right there by Paul Myro. 1 out in the inning. The Rebels have 4 across right now, and they're going to be making a pitching change for the Aztecs. So we'll take a short break. We'll try to set the pitcher for you. Bottom of the 3rd inning with 1 out. We'll come back with the Rebels leading 7-2.
Attention now on the mound for the Aztecs, number 32, Ricky Tibbett.
Welcome back to Hustlin' Rebel Baseball, where we're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And we have a pitching change for the Aztecs after Paul Myro hits a grand slam to left center to get 4 across for the Rebels, and they now lead 7-2. The new pitcher is going to be Ricky Tibbett. Tibbett has 3 appearances, a 3.86 ERA on 7 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts, and 2 walks under his belt. Tibbett is a 6'2", 195-pound junior out of San Diego, California, East Lake High School. Tall right-hander, delivers fastball for a called strike. Gianni Horvat at the plate. Second baseman Horvat walked his last at bat and ended up coming around to score. Horvat, the right-handed hitter against the right-handed Tibbett, slaps one into right field, and that's a good at-bat right there from Horvat as he took a pitch low and away to the right field, easily handled by Montoya, and holds Horvat at first base. So another hit for the Rebels this inning. And up to the plate steps the leadoff hitter, Ryland Charles. Ryland, the left-handed hitting center fielder, 1 for 2, had a single his last at bat. Horvat takes decent lead at first, and that fastball is slapped foul by Charles. The count goes to 0-1. Tibbett pitching out of the stretch, checks Horvat at first and delivers. And that's going to be a fastball. It's going to be a called strike. So Charles falls behind in the count early, 0-2. With 1 out in the inning, Gianni Horvat at first base, and your Rebels leading 7-2. Tibbett comes to the plate, and that ball is slapped down to first base, and that's going to be fielded by Ruiz, but first base umpire is going to call that one foul. So that would have advanced Horvat as he was on the break, but it would have been an easy out at first base for Ruiz. So Charles stays alive with the count 0-2, 1 out in the inning. Tibbett checks Horvat, the big right-hander, delivers, and that's going to be just missing on the outside corner fastball. Tibbett thought he had that. The count goes to 1-2. The pitch to Charles, that's going to be a foul ball almost directly behind home plate. That was a big sweeping curveball by Tibbett right there. Charles got out a little bit in front of it, but stays alive in the count. He's 1-2 with 1 out. Horvat at first base. Tibbett delivers. That's going to be low for a called ball to take it to 2-2, and evens up the count. Charles getting his sign from third base coach Kevin Higgins. Steps back in. Horvat, good lead at first base. Tibbett not paying much attention to him. And delivers. And that ball is going to be slapped to first base. Easy put out by Ruiz, unassisted there, but Horvat is able to advance to second base. And they did not take a timeout. Horvat steps off the bag without a timeout, and the pitcher, Tibbett, throws over to Gonzalez and tags Horvat out. So a mental error by Gianni Horvat right there will end the inning for the Rebels. So Horvat was thinking that there was a timeout, but it wasn't called, and Horvat's talking to the umpires right now, and they're going to say he was not granted a timeout. So a little disappointing way to end the inning, but the Rebels do get on the board with 4 more. So at the end of 3 innings, the Hustlin' Rebels 7, San Diego Aztecs 2.
And none left on base. Rebel fans, cheer on head coach Barry Odom and your UNLV Rebel football team at Allegiant Stadium this season with tickets for this fall. Season tickets include all 6 home games, including a non-conference showdown against Vanderbilt and the Nice Island showdown against Hawaii. Visit UNLVtickets.com or call 702-739-FANS to get tickets.
Well, happy Sunday to all you baseball fans watching the Rebels take on the Aztecs here at Early Wilson Stadium, with the Rebels heading into the top of the fourth and a 7-2 lead. Number 10, Tino Betancourt steps to the plate against the right-handed throwing Joey Acosta and taps one foul down the left field line, and Acosta gets ahead in the count 0-1. Betancourt reach on a fielder's choice last inning and end up stealing the bag at second. Takes a curveball on the outside to even up the count at 1-1. So with a 7-2 lead, Acosta can pitch a little bit more aggressive here, trying to paint the quarters a little bit more. And he's going to throw an inside curveball right there that check swing is Betancourt is able to hold up. The appeal down to John Bostwick, the first base umpire, and he gives the safe sign for no swing. So the count 2-1, Acosta delivers to Betancourt, and that's going to be a fastball that's popped way high in the air, center field. Charles on his horse getting back there and is able to catch it on the warning track at the 400 mark on the fence. So a long pop fly for the first out of the inning. Betancourt didn't miss that one by much.
Now batting number 28.
Good at bat by him, but didn't get enough up into the jet stream, and Charles, like we're used to, is able to come up with that ball in deep center. So with one out in the inning, we have the second baseman, the left fielder, TJ Fontaine, come to the plate. Fontaine struck out his last at bat, falls behind in the count 0-1, and Costa delivers, and that's going to be a fastball, just misses on the outside corner to even up the count at 1-1. Again, we talked about Fontaine, his previous at bat. This is one of the best players in the Mountain West. And Acosta delivers a curveball that misses way outside. Fontaine, again, was the starting pitcher and got the win for the Aztecs on Friday night. And you got to love in college baseball these two-way players that are as effective as TJ is. TJ swings at a slow curve, misses over the top, and the count goes to 2-2. So Mark Martinez, the manager of the Aztecs, has a dual player in TJ Fontaine that he can rely on 3 full games, and Fontaine misses on a curveball again from Acosta, and Acosta registers another strikeout. So good pitch right there from Acosta to a really good batter in Fontaine, and that will be Acosta's 3rd strikeout of the game. And with 2 outs, shortstop Xavier Gonzalez, who made a heads-up play getting back to second base when Horvat kind of lost his mind a little bit, stepped off the bag after the fielder's choice to first base, and fielded the throw and was able to tag Horvat out last inning to end the rally by the Rebels. Acosta gets a fastball across the plate. That was a curveball to even up the count at 1-1. Fastball is tapped behind the plate. Sharp can't hang on to that, and the count goes to 1-2. Gonzalez walked his last at bat, ended up stealing a base. Acosta delivers, and that is inside fastball that Gonzalez was able to hold up on. No appeal down to first base. A good pitch by Acosta right there. So with 2 outs in the inning, the count even at 2, Rebels lead 7-2, and that pitch is hammered into left field, and that ball is gonna get to the fence. Krizik over there to field the ball, but that's gonna be a stand-up double by Xavier Gonzalez. Acosta came in with a fastball on the inside part of the plate. Gonzalez was able to turn on that. The ball bounced at the warning track, crept up the wall. Krizik got over there relatively quickly, but not fast enough to get a throw into second base. So good bit of hitting by Xavier Gonzalez there, and that's going to bring Evan Sipe, the catcher, up. Sipe had a sacrifice fly to center field, didn't miss getting out of the yard by much in his previous at bat. And we're going to get a little bit of a mound visit from Sharp going out and talking to Acosta. With 2 outs, Xavier Gonzalez on second base after the stand-up double. Acosta gets the sign, looks in, checks the runner at second, and that's a fastball that misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Sipe still has not registered an average this year. This is only his 7th at bat, but did hammer the ball the last time he was at the plate. There's going to be a relatively slow pickoff play at second base, but Gonzalez easily able to get back in standing up with Horvat taking the throw. So the count 1-0, Joey Acosta delivers, and that's a sweeping curveball that's going to be called for a strike. Good pitch right there. That curveball is starting on the hands of the hitters, hitting from the right side of the plate, and ends up catching the zone almost really consistently for Acosta. So good pitch right there with the count 1-1. Big lead at second base. And that's going to be a ball that's hit sharply to right field. And there's going to be a run scored by Xavier Gonzalez. So a really good bit of hitting right there by Evan Sipe. The Rebels weren't in a full shift, but Gianni Horvat was shaded way over towards second base. Braden Murphy was playing about 15 feet off the bag, but still wasn't able to come up with that, as kind of that seeing eye single by Evan Sipe does the job for the Aztecs. Getting 1 on the board, and the Rebels now lead 7-3. With the second baseman left-handed hitting Caden Miller at the plate. That slider misses on the outside part of the plate. Miller ahead 1-0 in the count. Now the Rebels go back to playing almost straight up against the left-handed hitting Caden Miller, who had a night for himself last night, going 4 for 4 in that hit barrage by the Aztecs. That's going to be a fastball that catches the outside part of the plate, looking, and the count goes to 1-1. 2 outs. Evan Sipe at first base, 1 across for the Aztecs. Count 1-1, 2 outs. Joey Acosta throws a slider that really breaks probably 8 to 10 inches there for a swing and a miss. And he's ahead in the count to Miller, 1-2. So being ahead in the count right here is where Joey's going to be able to be a little bit more selective with his pitch, try to get Miller to chase something. And does a good job, throws a slider that is swung on a miss by Miller for the 3rd out of the inning, but the Aztecs do get a run across. 1 hit, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors. And heading into the bottom of the 4th inning, the Husson Rebels 7, San Diego Aztecs 2. We'll be back shortly. This broadcast brought to you by Learfield College.
We'll be back at home on Friday, March 24th for their series against Fresno State. First pitch is set for 6:05 p.m. and we hope to see you there.
Welcome back to Hustlin' Rebel Baseball, brought to you by Learfield and UNLV Athletics. As we head into the bottom of the fourth inning, the Rebels lead 7-3. Coming up to the plate will be Austin Krizik, and coming back out for his second inning of work is Tibbet.
Now batting number 47.
Tibbet gave up one run,
Krizik.
one hit in 2/3 of an inning last inning. In the top of the third, worked his way out of a jam by getting Horvat out at second base on a really kind of a play you don't see very often. Player stepping off the bag with no timeout and being thrown out. That first pitch is hammered by Krizik to center field, but is going to be easily handled by Cole Keurig for the first out of the inning. So Krizik, first pitch swinging against Tibbet. Tibbet gets him to hit a liner into center field, kind of that lazy little can of corn that the outfielders talk about. And up to the plate steps Jacob Sharp. Sharp hitting .484 coming into the day. He's 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Swings and misses at the first pitch from Tibbet, and the count goes to 0-1. So we talked about what a big addition Sharp has been for the Rebels. And it's really nice to see a kid that spent some time in junior college, put the work in, able to transfer to a D1 school, and has really taken advantage of his opportunity. Watches the ball low, and the count goes to 1-1. Tibbet delivers, and that ball is high and away, gets away from Sipe. Ball goes all the way to the backstop, and the count goes to 2-1. Now, Fullerton Community College has a really good program, so getting a player out of a program like Fullerton, you know what you're getting. Next pitch is going to be high and away. That ball was overthrown a little bit by Tibbet, and the count goes to 3-1. So good hitters count right here. Sharp will try to take advantage, as Tibbet's going to have to come in with something because Darian Williams is following him up on deck. Next pitch is going to be hit high into center field. Center fielder Keurig comes all the way in to handle that one. Again, 2 plays, 2 hits to center field, and Keurig takes care of them both, and that's 2 outs for the Rebels in the bottom half of the fourth inning. So the left-handed hitter, third baseman Darian Williams, steps to the plate. Williams 1 for 2 on this game with 1 strikeout and a stolen base. He did come around to score. Steps into the box. Tibbet sets out of the stretch. Fastball for a called strike. So the count goes to 0-1. We talked a little bit about the pitch clock now in college baseball. So there's 20 seconds on the clock between each pitch, as Tibbet throws fastball on the outside that misses, and the count goes to 1-1. The key to it is the batter has got to be in the box by the time the clock is at 8. As Tibbet misses low and inside, and the count goes 2-1. So the pitcher has 20 seconds. Once his toe is on the rubber, the clock starts, but that batter has to be in the box by the 8 count, or it is a called strike. As Tibbet comes back with a curveball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 2-2. If the pitcher does not get that ball delivered by the 0 on the pitch clock, it's an automatic ball. So it really has changed the game, and it speeded up the game here in college. Next pitch, Darian hits one deep into the gap in right field, but that's going to be flagged down by Montoya, getting on his horse, catching it at the warning track at the 375 mark. So Rebels are held scoreless for the first time in this game. No hits, no runs, no errors. Heading into the top of the 5th inning, the Hustlin' Rebels 7, San Diego State 3. We'll be back shortly. This broadcast brought to you by Learfield and UNLV Athletics.
Learn more about how you can help graduate leaders, win championships,
Welcome back to Rebel Baseball, hosted by Learfield and UNLV Athletics, as the visiting San Diego State Aztecs, who won the Friday and Saturday tilt here against the Rebels, come to the plate at the top of the fifth inning with Joey Acosta, the starter for the Rebels, still on the mound. Acosta coming into this inning has 68 pitches and is only seeing the top of the order again here for the third time, and that being Irvin Weems, the right-handed hitting DH. As Acosta has been very effective on the mound for the Rebels. Weems 0 for 2 in the game is going to be hit by a curveball. We talked a little about, they're saying he did not get out of the way. He made no attempt to move away from that pitch. And the umpire is going to say that's going to be a strike. The rule in college baseball is you have to make an attempt to get out of the way. And that slow breaking curve right there stayed in on Weems, and he didn't move. So that's going to take the count to 0-1. Mark Martinez from the dugout of the Aztecs wanting an explanation, and he gets it from home plate umpire Jimmy Craig. So Acosta heading the count 0-1 to the right-handed hitting Weems. He delivers, and that's going to be low and away, and that's going to even up the count at 1-1. So again, we talked about the effectiveness of Acosta, only 68 pitches coming into this inning. And that ball is tapped down the left field line by Weems, and Acosta is ahead 1-2. This is the kind of Sunday afternoon start that the Rebel coaching staff is looking at for and from Joey Acosta. He's a guy that can get in there and eat up a lot of innings. Again, he's not going to overpower you, but he's a good placement pitcher with a good slider and curveball. And there is the curveball right there that just misses low and away. And the count evens up at 2-2. Corey Vanderhook really counting on Acosta to eat up a lot of innings. There's nobody up in the Rebel bullpen at the moment. So at this point, this is Acosta's baby to handle. And that's a big sweeping curveball by Acosta, and Weems is way out in front of it and strikes out swinging. So that would be Acosta's fifth strikeout of the game on 73 pitches now. So he's got 4 1/3 in, only giving up 4 hits, 3 runs, but only 2 of them earned. And in steps right fielder Sean Montoya, who takes his fastball low and gets ahead in the count 1-0. So with the Rebels leading 7-3 in the top of the 5th, nobody on base with 1 out. Right fielder Montoya, who made a couple good plays out in the outfield today, steps up to the plate and takes a slider on the outside that misses, and the count goes to 2-0. Montoya 0-2 for the day, 0 for 2 for the day. Slaps one down to second and finds a hole in the 4-hole. The diving Gianni Horvat can't get to that, so the left-handed hitting Montoya is able to slap one into right field for a single. And Cole Keurig, the center fielder, who had 2 unassisted plays in center field the last part of the 4th inning, steps to the plate. Keurig is 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored this game. Left-handed hitting Keurig steps up against the right-hander Acosta. Acosta misses outside. The count goes to 1-0. Montoya taking a short lead over there at first base. Acosta checks him as steps a little farther out, but delivers to home, and fastball finds the plate. No swing, and the count goes to 1-1. Keurig, good-looking junior, 6'3", 200 pounds, out of Turlock, California. Went to San Diego State as a freshman. It's been a big part of the Aztecs the last couple years. So with the count 1-1, Acosta throws over to first base, And Montoya back in, easily sliding. Down 7-3, you wouldn't think we're going to get the hit and run at this point in the game. But Acosta trying to keep Montoya close to the bag. That pitch is low and outside, and the count goes to 2-1 to the center fielder, Cole Carrig. Carrig came into this game hitting .350. He has 3 doubles and a triple. No long balls yet. That ball's thrown over to first base to get Montoya back to the bag. So Carrick started out the season really hot, 40 at-bats with 14 hits. And the pitch by Acosta is a ball, and that ball was thrown by Sharp to second base as he thought the runner was breaking, and it actually hit Keurig in the head, and the ball bounces all the way out to Paul Miro at shortstop. So really kind of freaky play there as the runner, Montoya, looked to break as that ball was going out to Miro, but wasn't able to advance there. So there's a little discussion right now between the home plate umpire, Jimmy Craig, and Cole Carrig, as he's wondering why the runner couldn't advance, and that's a live ball. He could have advanced. So let's reset it. It's 3-1 with 1 out. Here in the top of the 5th with Sean Montoya at first base after getting a single into right field. Umpire is actually going to charge the Aztecs with a timeout there, as Carrig wanted a explanation of what was going on. That could come into play at some point for a mound visit. And that ball is going to be low and away, and Joey Acosta is going to walk Cole Carrig, and that's going to put runners on first and second with 1 out here in the top of the 5th, with the Rebels leading 7-3. I'm Dan Dolby, and this broadcast is brought to you by Learfield and UNLV Athletics here on a beautiful, balmy, breezy Sunday afternoon. It's kind of what we expect here, late winter, early spring. You really never know the seasons here in Las Vegas because it's cold and then all of a sudden it's hot. But today's a blustery day with the wind blowing about 25 miles out straight to center field. So Pancho Ruiz steps in, and he hammers the first pitch, and that ball is a no-doubter, and it's going to be a 3-run homer for Pancho Ruiz. That ball was hit over the scoreboard in left center field. He sat on that curveball and made a beautiful swing, and that's going to get 3 runs on the board. And now the Aztecs only trail the Rebels by 1, and the score is now 7-6. So big mistake right there by Acosta, and he's going to get a mound visit from Corey Vanderhook. Infield's going to come in and talk a little bit about that. So good piece of hitting, not only by Ruiz right there, but Montoya did a really good job in his at-bat to get on base, and then after walking Carrig to put runners on first and second, Ruiz was first pitch swinging and was able to hammer that ball. That ball would have been out of here regardless of any wind. That ball was just powered. So again, 7-6 is the lead for the Hustlin' Rebels here in the top half of the 5th inning with 1 out. Corey Vanderhook still out there visiting with the team. And if we look ahead at the schedule, now the Rebels have a gauntlet coming up as they go to Oklahoma for a midweek on Tuesday and Wednesday. And anytime you're going to a Big 12 school like that with the history and tradition of Oklahoma, that's going to be a tough midweek. And then next weekend we'll be at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Cal Poly, a tradition of making the NCAA tournament, struggling a little bit this year, but always dangerous at home. Tino Bentoncourt steps into the plate, takes the first pitch looking for a called strike by Acosta. The count goes to 0-1. Next pitch is on the outside. It misses, and the count evens up at 1s. And after that Cal Poly series over in California, the Rebels actually go to Arkansas for a midweek, as Acosta bends one in there for a called strike. So if you're looking at RPI for the Rebels, that's one of the things that they were looking at this year by going to Oklahoma, going to Arkansas, and later on in the season going to Creighton. So they're trying to build their resume, but they got to take care of business. That ball's tapped. Costa Fields coming off the mound and makes a throw over to first base to Murphy for the second out of the inning. So Acosta did a good job of getting downhill, getting towards the slow roller, was able to pick up and throw on the inside part of the bag to Braden Murphy to register the second out of the inning. After going to Arkansas, the team actually lands back in Vegas and 3 hours later goes on another Mountain West Conference series at Reno. So Rebels are going to be on the road here for a couple weeks before they get back home on March 24th against Fresno State. Costa misses on the inside part of the plate, delivers right there to number 28, TJ Fontaine, and that ball's tapped out of play, and the count evens up at 1-1. We do have some activity in the Rebel bullpen, but with a new windscreen out there, it's hard to tell who's actually in there. Big sweeping curveball is missed by Fontaine, way over the ball right there as that ball dropped low and out of the zone, and Fontaine could not hold up on that. So Costa gets ahead in the count 1-2 against the dangerous TJ Fontaine. Next pitch is a fastball that's waved on for swinging strike 3, and the Rebels get out of the inning, but not without giving up 3 runs. So as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning, the Rebels now lead 7-6, as we'll be back here for the bottom of the 5th inning at Earl E. Wilson Stadium.
Top of the 5th inning, 3 runs on 2 hits.
There was 3 runs on 2 hits with no errors. Rebels again leading 7-6. We'll be back shortly.
Rebel fans, the new UNLV Rebels app has launched. It features real-time news alerts, schedules, exclusive content, ticket integration, game day details, and more. The new UNLV Rebels mobile app is free and compatible with both iOS and Android devices. So go download it today.
Let's get down to business. Yeah, one more night, got it. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Yeah, one more night, got this. We've had a million.
Welcome back to Hustlin' Rebel Baseball, brought to you by Learfield and UNLV Athletics. I'm Dan Dalby. As we head to the bottom of the 5th inning, the Aztecs have a very productive top half of the 5th after scoring 3 runs on the 3-run homer by Pancho Ruiz, which was an absolute no-doubter and has pulled the Aztecs to within 1. Aztec pitcher Tibet comes back to the mound. This will be his 3rd inning of work, and been very effective since he's been in, as he's only allowed 1 hit in 1 2/3 innings. And we're going to see Alex Pimentel, the right fielder for the Hustlin' Rebels, come to the plate against the right-handed pitcher. Tibbet delivers. Pimentel puts down a bunt but goes foul and quickly falls behind 0-1. Pimentel, one of the better batters for the Rebels to get on base, as his on-base percentage is over .530. So he'll take it any way he can get it, whether it's a bunt or a power swing, and he takes a fastball low and away, even up the count at 1-1. Pimentel, again, the Long Beach Dirtbag transfer, first year here with the Rebels, has made an immediate impact and has been able to come in as a right fielder and a DH, and hammers a ball into right field, but that's going to be chased down by the right fielder, Sean Montoya, on a ball that kind of hung up there a little bit. Off the bat, it looked like it was going to be a little bit deeper, but Montoya was able to chase that down for the first out of the inning.
Murphy.
So Tibbet coming into this inning, only had 20 pitches, so he's been very effective and gets Pimentel to line out to Montoya with Braden Murphy stepping up. First pitch swinging, and the ball's fouled back over the screen, and Murphy falls behind 0-1. So Tibbet, the right-hander, junior, has been very effective for the Aztecs to slow down the Rebel offense, actually putting up a 0 last inning. He delivers outside with a cutter that just misses, and the count goes to 1-1. Murphy 0 for 2 with an RBI, though, this inning. Slaps one into right field to get the Rebels started here in the bottom of the 5th. That ball is mishandled by Montoya, and Murphy's going to get into second base, sliding, and beats the throw. So single by Murphy into right. The ball is misplayed by Montoya. Looked like he mishandled the transfer.
35.
And Braden Murphy being very heads up right there. Had his eyes on it the whole time as he was rounding first, was easily able to get into second base. So Rebels got something going here with 1 out. Jason Sharman steps to the plate, the left-handed hitting DH, as Tibbet checks second, and that ball is slapped back foul by Sharman, and that ball is going to get out of play. Chased down by a young fan here, who's pretty happy that he was able to get that ball. And the count goes to 0-1. So Sharman looking to get something going here with runner in scoring position. That ball is outside, and the count goes to 2-1. The Rebels lead 7-6 here in the bottom of the 5th with 1 out. Braden Murphy at second base after the single, and advancement on the air by the right fielder Montoya. Sharman takes another pitch on the outside to go to 3-1. Check that. 2-1. I've been corrected by the scorekeeper. Next pitch is high. Bender doesn't get down into the zone, and Sharman watches that one. Now we go to 3-1. So it's going to be interesting to see here with first base open. Paul Myro, who had a home run earlier in the game, on deck, what they'll do with Sharman here. They're going to come high on a fastball that misses. And now we have runners on first and second with 1 out. And Paul Myro steps to the plate. The right-handed hitting shortstop,
Paul Myro,
in his last at bat, hit a grand slam. So Myro's in a good spot right here with runners in scoring position to try to get some of those runs back and keep the lead that the Rebels had built earlier but gave up 3 the last inning. So Myro steps to the plate. Tibbet checks Murphy at second base and delivers, and that ball is flared out to first base, and that's going to be an infield fly rule called right there. But the ball is handled by Ruiz for the second out of the inning. So Myro got jammed on the inside right there and just hit a little flare straight up to the first baseman, who really didn't even have to move. And we have Gianni Horvat stepping into the batter's box with 2 outs. Horvat, 1 for 1 with a run scored and a walk so far this game. Horvat takes a called strike on a fastball by Tibbet. So it started out pretty promising with 1 out. The Rebels have 2 down now with runners in scoring position. Horvat takes high and outside. That was a good pitch right there by Tibbet. He was looking for Horvat to chase something. Sipe was already in almost a stand-up position right there, trying to get Horvat to chase. Next pitch, curveball, is fouled back to the fence by Horvat, and the count goes to 1-2. So good pitch variance right there by Tibbet. Came slider, first pitch, fastball, second pitch, and a bender right there, and gets ahead in the count 1-2 with runners in scoring position. Tibbet delivers, and that ball is going to be a called strike 3 on a fastball on the outside part of the plate that fools Horvat, and that's going to strand 2 runners. And the Rebels are now heading to the top of the 6th with a 1-run lead. at 7-6.
runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and
The Rebels had no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and we head to the top of the 6th inning with your Rebels leading 7-6. We'll be back shortly. This broadcast brought to you by Learfield and UNLV Athletics.
Kids, it's Sunday, so that means you can run the bases after the game. Parents, be sure to pick up a waiver at the marketing table to sign and turn in after the game.
Welcome back to Rebel Baseball, hosted by Learfield and UNLV Athletics. As we head to the top of the 6th, the Rebels lead 7-6. Joey Acosta, the starter for the Rebels, comes out for his 6th inning of work. He's at 91 pitches, and his first pitch is a strike on the outside corner fastball to Xavier Gonzalez. Gonzalez is 1 for 1 this game with a stolen base. Watches a curveball miss on the outside part of the plate to even up the count at 1-1. Not a lot of activity down in the Rebel bullpen for what we can see. There's a couple guys stretching, but they're looking for Acosta to work through this. And there's a ball that's hit and flared out into right field. Looked like it wasn't hit very hard, but Horvat wasn't able to get on it. So Xavier Gonzalez is safe at first with a single.
Now batting number 45, Evan Sipe.
With no outs in the inning, and Evan Sipe coming up to the plate. Sipe had a really good at-bat last time for a base hit. Got a big lead by Gonzalez at first. And that first pitch by Acosta is across the plate with a curveball, and the count goes to 0-1. We'll check to see Gonzalez, what he's done so far this year on the base path. Next pitch is swung on a miss, and that's going to be 2 strikes, 0-2 with no outs. Gonzalez on first base. He's 1 for 2 this year on the stolen base attempts. So a throw over to first. Gonzalez slides back in easily. With Sipe getting the sign from the Aztec dugout behind 0-2. And there's a pitch out that's almost thrown away by Acosta as Sharpie stepped out of the plate thinking the runner was going. Acosta actually threw that across the plate and wasn't that far from being a strike if it would have been a little bit higher, but it was in the zone, just a little high. Next pitch is a pitch out, and they're going to back pick at first base, and it's going to be beaten back by Montoya, but good play right there. You don't see 2 pitch outs in a row very often. They did catch Gonzalez leaning a little bit, but he was able to get back. So with the count 2-2, Costa throws a big bender, and that's swung on a miss by Evan Sipe for the first out of the inning. So good pitch right there by Joey Acosta. Acosta now has 7 strikeouts. Acosta, the 6'3", 215-pound senior out of Manhattan Beach. He was an El Camino Community College transfer. Been pitching with the Rebels for a couple years. But Coach Stan Stolte is going to be heading to the mound right now. They're going to make a pitching change. We're going to take a quick break, come back with the numbers on Joey Acosta, and set the mound for you as we return.
giving a damn about where our feet land at. Yeah. Get y'all big mush, smush. Yeah, 21. Biggest. Chicken wing.
21, can you do something for me? Can you hit a little rich flex for me?
Your attention, please. Now on the mound for the Rebels, number 21, Jack Sellinger.
Welcome back to Rebel Baseball as we have a pitching change for the Rebels. We're going to have Jack Sellinger, the left-hander, towing the mound for the Rebels. Try to keep this lead going with a runner on first base. Let's get the numbers on Acosta. Acosta went 5 1/3 innings, gave up 7 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. And he did that on 99 pitches. So pretty effective day. You can really say, if you look back, he made 1 bad pitch. And that was something that he paid for by giving up the home run and letting the Aztecs score 3. So Sellinger steps in. Sellinger, very, very interesting addition to the Rebels this year, as he was a transfer from College of Southern Nevada. The big lefty steps in with one of the best sliders in the Mountain West. And if you talk to Corey Vanderhook, the pitching coach for the Rebels, he says one of the best sliders in the country. As he delivers a fastball that misses on the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-0. So Gonzalez still at first. Fastball in on the hands, and that ball is tapped back to the backstop, and the count goes to 1-1 by Caden Miller, the second baseman, who came into the game hitting .257. And is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts this game so far. So Sellinger deals, and there's that slider right there that is got about a 10 to 12 inch break on it with not a lot of drop. This curveball does have some drop on it, but that slider stays pretty flat but moves 10 to 12 inches. That's a tough pitch. So the count 1-2 with 1 out. And again, slider could have a 6-4-3 right here. Myro transfer over from Horvat to Braden Murphy, and we get the 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. So Sellinger comes in on 4 effective pitches right there, retires the Aztecs as they open up the inning with a single, and that's going to keep the score 7-6 as we head into the bottom of the 5th with your Rebels coming to bat. We'll take a short break. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
We love when our youth groups come out to support UNLV baseball. We'd like to give a big shout out to Pinecrest Inspirata varsity cheer team for joining us today. If you have a group that would like to join us this season, call 702-739-FANS to make it happen. Your attention now on the mound for the Aztecs, number 26, Omar Serrano.
Welcome back, Rebel fans, as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. We're going to have a pitching change for the Aztecs as number 26, Omar Serrano, right-handed pitcher, 6'4", 195-pound sophomore out of Downey, California, steps in to follow up with Tibbet, doing a really good job going 2 2 innings, 2 2/3, and only giving up 2 hits, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. So Tibbet was able to come in and really kind of slow down the bats of the Rebels the last couple innings. They're going to be looking for Serrano to do the same thing as the Rebels lead 7-6 heading into the bottom of the 5th. And we're going to start out with Rylan Charles, the leadoff hitter. Charles, the center fielder, comes into the game hitting .265. Charles is 1 for 3 this game. Left-handed hitting Charles against the right-handed hitting Serrano. Serrano pitching out of the stretch. Fastball is going to be low and inside, and the count goes to 1-0. We'll take a look at Serrano's numbers here after this pitch. As Charles takes another one low and inside, and the count goes to 2-0. Serrano has made 3 appearances this year, 6 2/3 innings. He's given up 4 hits, only 1 earned run, 11 strikeouts to only 2 walks for a 1.35 ERA. Next pitch is a curveball that Charles watches, and the count goes to 2-1. So Serrano, another one of the Aztecs' big pitchers. I think to be an Aztec pitcher, you got to be over 6'4", as most of the staff down there, pretty good-looking, big athletic pitchers for the Aztecs. As Charles takes inside for a count that goes to 3-1. Serrano dealing, and he's going to get a fastball in that Charles watches right down the middle. The count goes to 3-2. So Serrano now pitching out of the windup. Now he goes to the stretch. And he's going to miss inside, and we're going to have the leadoff batter in Ryland Charles walking and going to first base with Austin Krizik, the left fielder, coming to the plate. Austin Krizik is 1 for 2 this game with a free pass and a run scored. Austin comes into the game hitting .355 for the Rebels, so one of the better productive offensive players for the Hustling Rebels. As Serrano sets and delivers, and he's going to miss low and outside, and Charles was way off the bag right there. Fake throw by Sipe down to first, but Charles in standing up. So Rebels looking to get something going to try to extend this 1-run lead that they have. Serrano throws over to first base. Charles back sliding, makes it easy. And again, the Rebels will run on you. Ryland Charles is one of the faster guys on the Hustling Rebels team. But at this point right now, we're going to let Krizik swing that bat. As another throw over into first. Charles back easily. But the Aztecs are thinking the same thing as far as trying to keep Charles close to the bag right here. So anything through the infield will keep Charles at second base and not be able to advance to third. Serrano deals, and that ball is hammered foul down the right field line, out of play, and the count goes to 1-1. Charles at first base is 1 for 1 on stolen bases this year. As Serrano gets the sign and delivers, there's a slow curveball that fools Krizik for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-2. So we talked about this a couple times. Krizik is one of the better hitters when he's behind in the count. He's pretty choosy. That's why he does get behind in the count, but he's very effective. His veteran hitter has been a really big asset, and Charles goes on the pitch, and he's going to be safe at second base as the relay from the catcher, Sipe, was on time, but the shortstop Gonzalez was not able to come up with that ball. He actually fielded it clean, and as he went to put the tag down, he dropped the ball. So now runner in scoring position for the Hustling Rebels with no outs. Austin Krizik at the plate. The count be 2-2 as Serrano gets his sign, checks the runner Charles at second base. And the pitch is going to be waved on by Krizik for a strikeout. Krizik really didn't fully commit to that pitch as it was low, but he was committed to the swing and dejectedly walks back to the Rebel dugout as he knows he kind of let one get away from him right there. So up to the plate steps up Jacob Sharp, the hot-hitting catcher for the Rebels with a runner in scoring position and Rylan Charles at second. And Sharp hits one really high. Charles doesn't know that there's only one out, breaks towards third base, but it scampers back in as the left fielder, Fontaine. That ball got hung up. If that ball wouldn't have got hung up as much, Fontaine would have easily thrown Rylan Charles out. So a little bit of a mental lapse right there by Rylan Charles, which we're not used to. He's one of the most heady, smart players that the Rebels have on the roster, but he was thinking there was two outs because he was breaking on contact right there, but got yelled at and forced back to second base by third base coach Kevin Higgins. So with two outs in the inning, Darian Williams steps in, the right-handed hitter, third baseman for the Rebels, takes a fastball on the outside that misses, and the count goes to 1-0. Not used to a play like that from Rylan. I'm sure he's going to be harder on himself than anybody else will be, as he's in scoring position still with Darian Williams at the plate. Serrano, fastball that misses on the outside, and the count goes to 2-0. So with first base open, it'll be interesting to see what Serrano does here, behind in the count 2-0 to a power hitting Darian Williams with Alex Pimentel on deck. Serrano comes to the plate, and this sweeping curveball is hammered foul to the right side by Darian Williams, and the count goes to 2-1. He looks down at Coach Higgins at third base, and Coach Higgins doesn't give him a sign, just says, let's go. You got a runner in scoring position. It's time to deliver with a one-run lead. Try to pad that. Serrano, with his eyes on Charles, comes to the plate, and that's going to be a grounder over to shortstop, and the relay over to first base. Gonzalez to Ruiz, and that's going to end the inning for the Rebels with none on the board. So no runs on one hit, one error. And as we head to the top of the sixth inning, the Rebels lead 7-6. We'll be back shortly. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
At Raising Cane's, we know quality takes time, patience, and the best ingredients, which is why every chicken finger we serve is hand battered and cooked to order just for you. We never take shortcuts. That doesn't mean you can. Introducing an even faster and easier way to order Cane's with our new app. Find your closest restaurant, customize your meal, pay and schedule pickup. So next time, take it easy and order with the Raising Cane's app.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Welcome back to UNLV Baseball, hosted by Learfield and UNLV Athletics. On a Sunday afternoon, with the Rebels looking to get one in the series after dropping the first two, head to the top of the top of the seventh inning, with Jack Sellinger on the mound and Irvin Weems at the plate. Weems takes a fastball on the outside part of the plate for strike one. Weems 0 for 3 on the game with a strikeout. Sellinger delivers, and there's that slider right there, and that's a called strike. That, to a right-handed batter, that ball looks like it's halfway in the box for a left-handed pitcher or batter, and breaks back across the plate. And there's going to be another slider that's going to be waved on, and it's going to be strike 3 for Sellinger. So 3 pitches, 3 strikes for Zach Sellinger, the hard-throwing transfer student from College of Southern Nevada who played here in Las Vegas native. And as we talk about Las Vegas natives, Austin Krizik in left field is a native of Las Vegas. Rylan Charles is a Reno, Nevada player. Right field, Pimentel is a Southern California boy. But our shortstop, Myro, and Adarian Williams at third base are both local products also. So the Rebels have about 17 of their 36 players on the roster from Las Vegas, which is a hotbed for high school baseball. Sean Montoya up, who singled in his last at bat, slaps that one foul after taking an inside ball, and the count goes to 1-1. So Selinger throws a strike right there on a fastball. Selinger's fastball is 91 to 94. Occasionally he'll tip it a little higher than that too. And there's that slider away from the left-handed hitting Sean Montoya, which is slapped down into left field out of play, and the count stays at 1-2. Top of the seventh, Rebels lead 7-6 as Selinger delivers inside to Montoya and evens up the count at 2-2 with one out. Sun breaking through a little bit of the clouds today. It's gotten a little bit brighter, but the wind is still blowing straight out to center field. Selinger misses with a curveball on the inside right there, and that's going to take the count full. Sean Montoya is 1 for 3. And they're going to send Montoya down. Not sure what the issue is, but I think they got a little mixed up on the count. The count should be 3-2. Montoya actually looked a little surprised when the home plate umpire, Jimmy Craig, said, "You get to go to first." So the umpires will come together. They're going to get him back as they realize the count is 3-2. So actually a good bit of work by the umpire crew here to get together to make sure that they have the call right. And after that short powwow, they'll send Montoya back to the plate. He's going to have a 3-2 count with one out. So outfield playing virtually straight away. Average depth. Infield playing straight up. And there's going to be a pitch on the outside part that's going to miss the plate. And that's going to finally send Montoya down to first with a walk. After thinking he had a walk with the last count. Cole Kehrig's going to step to the plate. Kehrig, the center fielder, is 1 for 2 this game with a base on ball. He does have an RBI and a run scored. So with a runner at first, one out, Selinger will work against the right-handed hitting Kehrig. Selinger checks the runner, throws that slider that gets across the plate for a called strike. So that left-handed slider that Selinger throws really starts on the outside of the plate, and we're going to get a bunt attempt that's pulled back. Carricker realizes it's on the inside part, pulls back, and the count goes to 1-1. Aztecs maybe looking to sacrifice play, a little small ball right here, but that's hard to hit when you're throwing that slider that bends that much. Selinger comes back to the fastball and misses low and inside, and the count goes to 2-1. With the Aztecs only down by 1, Carriger at the plate, it's hard to have him bunt hitting 350. Again, another slider that gets across the plate, and Selinger snaps that ball on the relay back from Sharp. Looks like he's a little agitated. He pitches with a little bit of anger, which really does him well. Next pitch is going to be slider, just misses on the outside part of the plate, and that's going to go full to the hot hitting Cole Kehrig, who came into the game hitting 350 and is 1 for 2 in this game. So with runners on first, one out, Selinger delivers, and that ball is hit sharp down the left field line, but that's going to be out of play and keep the count at full. Kehrig way out in front of that pitch right there. I think he was thinking fastball where Sellinger came back with that slider that is about 86, so about a 10-point difference almost. And that fastball is going to be hit over to Myro. Myro gets the lead runner with Horvat covering the bag at second base, so that's going to be the second out of the inning. So good play by Myro as he had to charge that ball to get on the infield grass and then relay over to Horvat, who did a good job of getting over there. And the Rebels pick off the lead runner and now have 2 outs with a runner on first in Carrig and Pancho Ruiz coming to the plate. If you remember last inning, 2 innings ago, Ruiz hit a bomb 3-run homer for the Aztecs. He's going to take a fastball that's a called strike. So Ruiz with plenty of punch at the plate. Sellinger is going to deliver. And that's inside, and they're going to say he swung. He tried to hold up on that, but couldn't hang on. And Sellinger quickly works ahead 0-2. So against a dangerous hitter like Pancho Ruiz, Sellinger's going to try to get something that Ruiz chases out of the zone, I would think. Runner goes, and that ball is thrown into center field as nobody was covering the bag. So a ball was thrown by Sellinger. As the runner, Carrig, broke to second base, it looks like there was a mix-up between Horvat and Myro, and neither one of them covered the bag. So the ball went all the way out into center field. Ryland Charles had to relay it in, but Carrig is able to get over to third base. So we got a steal for home. And that ball is going to get away from Sharp, and that's going to score the run. So something you do not see very often, a steal of home plate. So Sellinger threw a ball high and outside that Sharp couldn't handle, but Carrig was already breaking towards the plate, so he was easily in with actually no play. He really didn't even need to slide, but he slid because Ruiz was still standing in the box. So the Aztecs get one across in a very strange inning with the attempted stolen base throw by Sharp, nobody covering, him advancing to third, and then a stolen base at home plate. Sellinger punches out Pancho Ruiz on a bender right there. But the Aztecs do get one on the board to tie up the game. As we head into the bottom of the 7th inning, your score is 7-7. We'll take a short break and come back, set the lineup for the Rebels. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
Fans, turn your attention down to the home dugout. We have some Pinecrest Inspirata cheerleaders who are going to help us sing along to Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Rebels. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, they're out of the old ball game. Thank you to our Pinecrest Inspirata cheerleaders. Your attention now on the mound for the Aztecs, number 47, Eldridge Armstrong.
Welcome back to UNLV Baseball, hosted by Learfield and UNLV Athletics, as the Aztecs in the top of the 7th generate a run to tie up the ball game. Very interesting evening also. But we do have a pitching change for the Aztecs as number 47, Eldridge Armstrong III, right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 200, out of Simi Valley, California, toes the rubber. So the game tied. Armstrong will come in and face Alex Pimentel, and Pimentel takes a called strike on the outside part of the plate. So really an inning that you don't see very often in any of baseball, as Pimentel swings and misses to Armstrong's fastball. Armstrong has 6 appearances, 6 in the 3rd inning, 10 strikeouts, and a 0 ERA. And they're going to say that Pimentel did not hold up on that check swing, and he's going to be punched out for the first out of the inning. So not the start that the Rebels were looking at after the Aztecs came back in the top of the inning to tie the score, as Braden Murphy, the first baseman, steps in for the Rebels. Murphy is 1 for 3 on the day with a run scored. Murphy coming into the day hitting .312 for the Hustling Rebels, and he takes a fastball low and away and gets ahead in the count 1-0. Murphy, the left-handed hitting first baseman, slaps one into center, or right center, and that's going to get through the gap right there. And Murphy's going to round first base and make it easily into second, as that ball got into the gap with Kara getting over there to make the play. But good piece of hitting by Braden Murphy right there to get a Rebel in scoring position, with the DH Jason Sharman coming to the plate, left-handed hitter against the right-handed thrower from the Aztecs, Eldridge Armstrong. Armstrong checks Murphy at second base and delivers. Fastball that Sharman can't catch up with and falls behind in the count 0-1. Good piece of hitting by the left-handed hitter Braden Murphy there to go opposite field into the gap. Second pitch by Armstrong is a ball that just misses. Looked like a fastball. Now we're going to get a visit from the shortstop, Xavier Gonzalez, into Armstrong. Looks like they were trying to get on the same page. Looked like Gonzalez actually broke towards second base for a back pick, and Armstrong might have missed the signal. So they're going to make sure they're on the same page, as the count is 1-1 to Jason Sharman. And that slider is going to miss on the outside part of the plate, and Sharman gets ahead 2-1 in the count with Braden Murphy at second base. 1 out in the bottom of the 7th with the score tied at 7s. Armstrong delivers, and a half swing by Sharman is going to be strike 2. So evens up the count at 2s. Sharman was never really committed to that swing right there, although it was a strike. So the pitch by Armstrong, it's going to be a fastball that's going to be tapped down the right side towards the Rebel dugout. Keep the count at 2-2. You know, you got the matchup you want right here with a left-handed hitter, Sharman, against the closer, Armstrong, who's a righty. So you're looking at a pretty good matchup for the batter. Armstrong throws hard. And he taps one, and it's going to get over Armstrong's head to the shortstop, Gonzalez, who makes the relay over to first base to get Sharman. And we do have an advancement to third base by Braden Murphy. So with 2 outs, Braden Murphy stands on third base for the Rebels, with Paul Myro, the shortstop for the Rebels, coming to the plate. Myro is 1 for 3 with 4 RBIs with his grand slam earlier in the game. That ball is low and gets away from the catcher's sight, but not far enough for Murphy to take home plate. Armstrong was on a break from the mound as he realized that ball was in the dirt. So Myro gets ahead 1-0. Rebels looking to put something on the board. They've scored the first 3 innings, but haven't scored the last 3. And that's going to be a check swing. He did hold up, and that ball is going to miss low and away. First base umpire on the appeal, John Bostwick, says no, he did not go. So the count for Myro goes to 2-0. Armstrong reaches down and gets some dirt. Checks the runner at third, and out of the windup, delivers, and that's low and outside, and that's going to be 3-0 count to Paul Myro. So Aztecs may be playing a little bit of a safety right now with first base open. After Myro hit the grand slam earlier, they might take their chances on Gianni Horvat. And that ball is going to miss low and outside again on a fastball. And Myro's going to take his first pass down to first base. So that's his first walk of the game, with second baseman Gianni Horvat stepping in. Horvat, a right-handed hitting second baseman, 5'11", 165-pound sophomore out of Valencia, California, came from Oaks Christian High School. As he squares up against Armstrong in the pitch. And that ball is hammered, and that ball is going to be caught by the left fielder, TJ Fontaine, up against the fence as he crashes into the outfield wall. What a catch by TJ Fontaine. That could have been a dagger for the Aztecs, but Fontaine's able to come up with that ball on a first pitch swinging Horvat liner into left field. That ball hits right at the base of the fence, but Fontaine's able to get over there, so great play by the left fielder. So that's going to keep us all square at 7 as we head into the top of the 8th inning. Rebels 7, Aztecs 7. We'll take a short break. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
Fans, earlier today we gave you all a trivia question to think about, and now it's time to find out the correct answer. The correct answer is A, Dave LaRoche. And our lucky winner with the correct answer is Diana Waldorf. Congratulations. Meet us at the top of the stairs by the press box to claim your prize.
Welcome back to UNLV Baseball, hosted by UNLV Athletics and Learfield. Crazy end to the bottom of the 7th there by an outstanding play made by the left fielder TJ Fontaine to rob Gianni Horvat of a multi-hit bases clearing hit. So we keep the score here at 7. Sellinger comes up for his second inning of work, and he's facing Tino Betancourt. Betancourt coming into the day hitting .292. He's 0 for 3 on the day. Sellinger comes inside and misses, and the count goes to 2-0. So one of the things that we talked about earlier with Coach Vanderhook is getting ahead in the count. Sellinger falls behind and then gives up a slap single to the right side in the 4-hole. Not able to come up with by Gianni Horvat, who dove and just missed that ball. So a leadoff single for Tino Betancourt to get the Aztecs in business here in the top of the 8th. And as would have it in baseball, a player makes a great play in the field and then comes up to the plate in a key position, and that's TJ Fontaine, who slaps one down the left field line. That's going to be out of play. Fontaine is 0 for 3 today on 3 strikeouts, so he is struggling a little bit. Came into the day hitting .259, but he is dangerous at the plate against the left-handed pitching Jack Sellinger. There's a strike on a slider that catches the outside part of the plate away from Fontaine, hitting from the left side. So the count goes to 0-2. Sellinger can really help himself out by getting the K here. And the runner's going to go, and they're going to uncontest that throw to second base. So easily into second place. Second base is Tino Betancourt with the stolen base. That was a fastball by Sellinger that Jacob Sharp thought was a strike and framed it there, but wasn't getting any help from the home plate umpire. So with a runner in scoring position with no outs, waved on a miss, and that'll be a strikeout of TJ Fontaine for Jack Sellinger. So helped himself out there. Good pitch count, good sequence by Selly right there. So with one out, Xavier Gonzalez will step to the plate, coming into the day hitting .300. He's 2 for 2 today with a run scored and a stolen base. So Rebels got to be careful here against the right-handed hitting Xavier Gonzalez. Sellinger checks the runner, and that is a sweeping curveball right there that is waved on by Gonzalez for a first pitch strike. Pretty interesting seeing what was going on at second base right there. Looked like they were going to do a back pick, but Sellinger didn't pick up on that. Next pitch is a slider, just misses on the outside corner. Good pitch right there. Rebels definitely want to keep Betancourt at second during this at bat and keep him out of easy scoring position. Betancourt bouncing back and forth, and they're going to get a back pick as Betancourt got off the bag faking, but was able to get back in. Horvat was there in time, but Sellinger couldn't deliver the ball for the out. So Betancourt playing a little bit of a game out there. Rebels need to be on their toes right here. Sellinger delivers, and that's going to be a swing and a miss, and the count is going to go to 1-2. So Gonzalez behind in the count with a runner at second base in Tino Betancourt. The count's 1-2 here in the top of the 8th. And the runner goes, and he's going to be thrown to third, and Sellinger is going to put that ball in the dirt. So that's going to be a stolen base on the pitcher. That ball never even made it to the plate. Betancourt broke. Sellinger did see it, but threw wildly to Darian Williams at third, and Williams wasn't able to come up with it. So with the count 2-2, the Rebel infield comes in. Betancourt at third, and there's a ball that's ripped, just misses the third base bag, and the count's going to stay at 2-2. So communication is really big on a play like that, as Betancourt broke, stopped, and then re-broke to third base, but Sellinger threw wildly. He would have been out by 5 feet if he makes a good throw. The next pitch is hammered down the right field line, but that's going to be out of play. So Sellinger is going to have to work himself out of this after giving up that stolen base by Betancourt. Sellinger delivers, and that's going to be sharply hit. Horvat comes up with the ball, but on the transfer can't make the throw to home plate, and that's going to be a fielder's choice with an RBI as Betancourt comes across to score. Horvat is able to throw over to first base to get Xavier Gonzalez, but with the infield in like that, Horvat was in good position, did have to go down to his hip to make the play, and as he got up to make the transfer, wasn't able to make a throw to home plate. Smartly doesn't throw it and keeps a runner off of first base in Xavier Gonzalez. So 2 outs now, 1 out now in the top of the 8th. And we're going to have a pinch hitter in Maddox Haley, 6'2", 215-pound freshman from La Mesa, California, La Mesa High School, steps into the plate against Jack Sellinger. And he takes the first pitch called strike on the outside part of the plate. So Rebels, after scoring 2, 1, and 4 in the first 3 innings, have been held scoreless since. And the Aztecs have just basically crawled their way back into this thing. They're fighting and now lead by a run with the score 8-7. Sellinger throws a fastball right by Maddox Haley and quickly gets ahead 1-2 in the count. So with the bases empty and 2 outs, Sellinger's going to get a called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. And that's going to end the inning, but the damage is done with the Aztecs scoring a run to take the lead 8-7 as we head into the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll take a short break, come back and reset. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
So I forgot to change my watering clock. It's no big deal.
I feel like my grass can use a few extra days of watering.
No more excuses. Lake Mead is at historic lows. Water only 1 day a week in winter. It's the law. Nearly all water used indoors is reclaimed, highly treated, and safely recycled back to Lake Mead, which extends our water supply. But 100% of water used outdoors is only used once. Change your watering clock now. It's the law.
Your attention now on the mound for the Aztecs, number 50, Kalena Sauer.
As we head into the bottom of the 8th here at Early Wilson Stadium at UNLV, we have quite a few changes defensively for the Aztecs as Tino Bentoncourt moves from third to first. Martinez comes in at third. Pancho Ruiz moves from first to catcher. And we have a new pitcher in Kalena Sauer. Sauer, a right-handed 6'3", 230-pound junior out of Mililani, Hawaii, went to Kamehameha High School on the islands, looks to come in to shut down the Rebels. As Ryland Charles steps up to the plate. And a sweeping curveball is called strike 1 on Ryland Charles. Next pitch is going to be low and in the dirt, even up the count at 1-1. Charles 1 for 3 on the day. Coming into today's game, Ryland was hitting .265. And that next pitch is hit over to shortstop, deep in the hole, and that's fielded. And a great throw across the bag by Xavier Gonzalez over to Bentoncourt to retire Charles at first base. So great play by Xavier Gonzalez, going to his right deep in the hole. Actually took that in the grass and was able to make a strong throw over to first base to pick up to get Ryland Charles, the speedy center fielder, out at first. So 1 out in the inning, and up steps Austin Krizik. Krizik takes a fastball for a called strike. Rebels are running out of outs now, down to 5 outs left in the game after leading early. But the Aztecs have scratched and crawled their way back into this as Sauer misses on the outside and the count evens up at 1-1. So Rebels desperately need base runners at this point. Although that wind is still blowing out with gusts to 25, anything elevated, and that pitch is fastball that's missed by Krizik. And the count goes to 1-2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th, and the Rebels trailing 8-7. Sauer sets. Curveball on the outside misses wide, evens up the count at 2-2. Rebels will take anything they can get at this point to get some people on base try to advance from there. Sauer shakes off the sign and delivers. And that's going to be a fastball that is tipped but held onto by Ruiz. And that's going to be the second out of the inning as Austin Krizik goes down to the K. So with 2 outs in the inning, Jacob Sharp, the hot hitting catcher for the Hustling Rebels, steps to the plate. Sharpie does have 1 hit this game, hitting .355 coming in, takes the first pitch for a called strike. Outfield playing deep but straight away. The next pitch is on the outside part of the plate, misses and evens up the count at 1-1 with 2 outs. Jacob Sharp, the right-handed hitting catcher, up for the Rebels, facing Kalena Sauer, the right-handed hard-throwing Aztec. And that ball is hammered down the left field line, but is going to work its way foul into the bullpen of the Aztecs. And the count stays at 1-2. And the delivery is low and inside, and that ball is watched for a ball right there, and evens up the count at 2-2. Sauer delivers, and that ball is going to be way outside and get to the backstop, and that's going to take the count to 3-2. So one of the things, even with 2 outs, you're not going to want to get a free pass here if you're Sauer, the pitcher, because then you're going to bring up Adarian Williams, the power hitter for the Rebels. Sauer delivers, and that ball is slapped foul, keeping the count at 3-2. Good at bat by Jacob Sharp right here. Sauer does have a good fastball in the low 90s, but he was taking something off of that on that cutter, little slider that he throws. Again, waving off the sign, and delivers. And that ball is hammered left field. That ball's going to get out of here, and we're going to have a tied ball game. So second home run of the game for catcher Jacob Sharp for the Rebels. Outstanding piece of hitting right there as Sharp fell behind in the pitch count, but was able to battle back to get it full, and then takes a curveball over the left field wall, and we have a new ball game here in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. And Adarian Williams, the cleanup hitter, coming to bat for the Rebels. That would be the Rebels' 10th hit of the ball game. That's one of those pitches that Sauer wants to have back. With 2 outs and being ahead in the count, that'll drive a pitching coach crazy right there, as Adarian Williams watches the first ball outside for a ball. Next is slapped over to the right side. Second baseman Miller comes up with it, relays over to Betancourt, but the Rebels do strike on the home run by Jacob Sharp. They get 1 run on 1 hit with no errors, and we'll come back top of the 9th inning with the score tied at 8. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
At the bottom of the 8th inning, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and none left on base. All right, fans, your Rebels hit a double back in the 7th inning, which means it's time to see which lucky section will be winning free double-doubles from In-N-Out. It looks like it's section 104 today. Congratulations, you've won free double-doubles from In-N-Out.
Welcome back to UNLV Baseball, hosted by Learfield and UNLV Athletics, where in the bottom of the 8th inning, The Rebels are able to generate a run on a home run by catcher Jacob Sharp to tie up the ball game. So we'll head into the top of the 9th inning. Sellinger will come up. Jack Sellinger will come back out for his 3rd inning of work. And we're going to get Caden Miller, the second baseman, the right-handed hitting second baseman for the Aztec, that will step into the plate in the top of the 9th inning. So Sellinger, very strong, did give up a run and is pitcher of the record, pitcher of record right now, and he's going to throw a fastball that's going to be watched by Miller for a called strike. So Sellinger at 46 pitches right now, one of his longer outings of the year. This will be his longest outing of the year. And deals, and that slider works its way back in for a called strike. Sellinger is 2 2/3 right now, giving up 1 hit and 2 runs, with only one of the runs being earned, and has 4 strikeouts. The next pitch is a bender low. Jacob Sharp, the catcher, really likes that. Shakes his head in approval to Sellinger and says, let's go. So the count 1-2, no outs. Sellinger delivers a fastball that's tapped foul to the left side to keep the count at 1-2. Sellinger is a big workhorse for the Rebels. It's nothing for him to go this many innings. Next pitch is going to be a bender, and that's going to be swung on a miss by Miller for the first out of the inning. So that all-important first out of the 9th inning, Jack Sellinger is able to deliver for the Rebels, and we're going to get back to the top of the lineup for the Aztecs, and it's going to be Irvin Weems. Weems is hitless in 4 plate appearances today. Right-handed hitting Weems, who DHs for the Aztecs, takes the first pitch on the outside that misses, and the count goes to 1-0. Again, gusts of wind have really picked up now, heading straight out to center field. And that ball hit by Weems is going to get its way into right field and drop in front of Alex Pimentel. And that's Weems' first hit of the ball game. So he's 1 for 5, and the Aztecs are in business with a runner on first base with 1 out. Sean Montoya steps to the plate, coming into the day hitting .393. He's 1 for 3 today with a base on ball and a run scored. So lefty-lefty matchup right here, as Sellinger comes to the plate, misses outside with the slider. Weems had a big lead over there at first base. Sellinger took his time to deliver that to the plate, almost like he wants to get to first, as Weems is way off the bag. Sellinger does throw over there, but Weems is back in very easily, and the count stays at 1-0. So Aztecs look to generate something here in the top of the 9th, and that's a fastball that is called strike 1 on Sean Montoya. Sean Montoya, the right fielder for the Aztecs, left-handed hitter, and they were going to get a throw to first, and he's running, and they're going to get him at second base. So Weems is thrown out on the attempted steal, but Sellinger had a great move towards first, was able to relay it over to Braden Murphy, who made a throw over to the shortstop, Paul Myro, and easily tags out Irvin Weems, for the second out of the inning. So great job by the Rebels right there to be able to get out of a jam with a runner on first in 1 inning and the score tied. Cole Keurig steps up to the plate, hitting .350 coming into the day from the left-handed side of the plate, takes a fastball to even up the count at 2-2. So 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, top of the 8th, no one on. Sellinger delivers. And that's going to be slapped over towards first base, which is going to be foul, fielded by Braden Murphy, but about 5 feet foul. So Carrick get out in front of that one. He's hitting .349 as of right now. So dangerous batter at the plate, but being able to get Weems off the base path really makes it a lot easier for the Rebels. Next pitch, that's going to be a called strike 3 on a slider by Jack Sellinger, and he is fired up right now. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors. We're going to head to the bottom of the 9th inning with the score tied 8-8. We'll take a really short break, come back and set it for you. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
Rebel fans, season tickets for the 2023-2024 season for both men's and women's basketball are now on sale. Be sure to renew yours today or get new season tickets starting at just $115 for your Runnin' Rebels and $75 for your Lady Rebels. For more information, visit UNLVtickets.com.
Okay, Rebel fans, welcome back to UNLV baseball. Beautiful Sunday, blustery, sun's finally broken through, and we have a heck of a ball game here with the score tied 8-8 heading into the bottom half of the 9th inning. So Sellinger did a great job on the mound last inning, pitched himself out of a jam and was able to get a pickoff throw to first with the runner breaking towards second and easily thrown out on the stolen base attempt. And able to punch out Carrig to end the inning. And the Rebels come up with Alex Pimentel to lead off. So Rebels looking to pull a victory out of this series after losing the first 2 on Friday and Saturday. Sauer still in for the Aztecs as he throws on the outside down and away for ball 1. Pimentel is 1 for 4 today. Was punched out twice, once looking. Sauer, the big righty, comes inside and misses. As we talked about the Rebel pitchers getting that first out of the 9th inning, Sauer will be looking to get the Aztecs that first out as he delivers, and that's a curveball that gets in for a called strike. So with the count 2-1, Pimentel will be looking for something in the zone here just to get into the field of play. As Sauer delivers, and that ball is going to be low and away, and the count now goes to 3-1, which is very interesting as you got a hot-hitting Pimentel with a 3-1 count. Do you get a green light, or are you keeping that bat on your shoulder? And he is swinging. That ball was low and away, probably out of the zone, but Pimentel is a hitter, and he's going to get up there and take his hacks. So now the count goes to 3-2. Sauer going to be looking to put something in the zone, not get the free pass, and that's going to be low and inside. Sauer overthrew that pitch, and his hat came flying off. So Pimentel is a lead walk for the Rebels with no outs in the bottom of the 9th. So now as we start talking strategy for the Rebels, we do have a hot-hitting Braden Murphy up at the plate, who is 2 for 4 this game. Do you play small ball from the left-handed hitting Murphy and try to get Pimentel over into scoring position, or you let him hack away? Sauer throws over to first base, Pimentel back in. As both Pimentel and Murphy get the signs from third base coach Kevin Higgins. Sauer checks Pim at first, comes to the plate, and it is going to be a bunt. And Murphy pops one up down the right field, or excuse me, first base line. Not deep enough for the first baseman Betancourt to get to it, but a bunt attempt nonetheless, and that takes the count to 0-1. So Rebels were looking to get a sacrifice right there. Murphy couldn't get that one down. We'll see what he's doing here. as Sauer checks Pimental at first base. And the pitch, and he squares around to bunt, and he pulls back, and the ball is outside. Third baseman Martinez was all the way at the plate. So that ball is put down on the left side of the infield. They may get the lead runner. If he drags it towards first, should be an easy sacrifice. And he squares around to bunt early. Throw over to first base. Pimental is back. So Murphy's showing bunt right away, which Martinez is able to get in. So he's going to have to get this thing to the right side of the infield to get this sacrifice and get Pim over to second base into scoring position. Murphy squares to bunt again early, and another throw over to first base. This one's pretty close, but Pimental just beats the throw from Sauer over there. And that's one of the ways to keep that runner close, even though you have a squared up hitter to lay down the sacrifice. It's not letting Pim get too far off the base. Another throw over there. So that's 4 throws over there at this pitch sequence to Murphy over to first base. And Murphy is looking to put that sacrifice down because he's squaring early. Again, he squares to bunt. And the pitch from Sauer. And that ball is going to be fouled off, and it's going to catch the catcher Ruiz, and he's rolling around in pain. So I'm not sure where that got him. It looks like it might have got him on his throwing hand. So he's down in pain as the trainer comes out there. Murphy does not get the bunt down, so the count goes to 1-2 as the athletic training staff for the Aztecs are checking on Ruiz, who's still down on a knee, writhing in pain, it looks like. So the Rebels go to play small ball there, but can't get it executed to get Pimental over to second base. But with no outs, the count being 1-2, Pimental on first base. We'll wait to see what's going on with Ruiz. Pancho Ruiz still down on a knee, talking to the trainer, with the first baseman Betancourt and the third baseman Martinez looking on in concern. So the Rebels have 8 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors in this tilt. The Aztecs 8 runs on 9 hits and 3 errors. So very even game when it comes to the box score for both teams. It looks like we may have a new catcher coming in, as he is getting some instruction from one of the assistant coaches in the Aztecs dugout. Interesting enough, there's really no activity going on in the Aztecs bullpen right now. There's a couple guys up walking around, but it looks like this one's going to be Sauer to finish, as head coach Mark Martinez comes out to check on Ruiz, as does the trainer from the Rebels. They're going to have to make a decision here before too long, as you don't want your pitcher out there just kind of standing around for an extended period of time. But obviously the health of Pancho Ruiz is the first concern. So as Ruiz stands up, he's given his catcher's mask, and it looks like he's going to stay in the ball game. So the life of a catcher, although Ruiz started over at first base, life of a catcher is tough. And as the season goes on, you're going to get those little nagging injuries off of foul tips and, you know, just the work you do behind the plate and your knees and your back. And, you know, these guys are built for, you know, toughness and the long haul. So Pancho Ruiz shaking this one off and doing a good job of getting back into this ball game, as he has a little conversation with head coach Mark Martinez from the Aztecs. And we're going to get Braden Murphy to step back in the box with a count 1-2, with Alex Pimental on first base and no outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Okay, Sauer sets, throws over to first. In standing up is Pimental, as his lead was cut down to what he's had the last few pitches. So Sauer ahead in the count to Braden Murphy, and he's going to throw over again, and Pimentel is back in sliding. And at my count, that's 7 throws over to first base, which we talked about earlier could be a timing issue when you come to the plate. The pitch is going to be way outside. Almost gets away from Ruiz, who you're putting a lot of pressure on, a guy that's just gotten nicked up on a previous pitch, to get up out of his stance and try to track that one down. So Sauer is going to throw over again to first base. So that's 8 throws over to first to keep Pimentel close. So the count 2-2, no outs, bottom of the ninth. Alex Pimentel on first base, Braden Murphy at the plate. Sauer delivers, and that's going to be hit deep into the center field, and that ball is going to get hung up, and that's going to be handled by Carrig in center field, and Pimentel cannot advance on that. So Rebels don't get the bunt down, are not unable to get Pimentel over to second base into scoring position. So we now have 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning with the DH, left-handed hitting Jason Sharman coming to the plate. Sharman is 0 for 2 for the game with 2 walks. Sauer delivers, and that's going to be a bender that's going to work across the plate for a called strike. Sharman steps back into the box with Pimentel taking a short lead at first as Sauer checks him. Previous at bat, he threw over first base 8 times. Sauer working towards the plate, and that's going to be hammered to right field, and that's going to get over the head of the right fielder, Sean Montoya, and that ball's going to get all the way. We're going to have a play at the plate, and this is going to be safe. Oh, they called him out. They called him out. They're saying he got him on the foot. At first, it looked like he was going to give a safe sign as Coach Stolte comes out there, and he is not happy, trying to get an explanation from the home plate umpire, Jimmy Craig, as that tag looked like it got there late on the leg of Alex Pimentel. So Sharman does his job and hammers a ball to right field for a stand-up triple, but the play goes to the plate, and they call Pimentel out. So what a change of events right there. So now we have 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Good relay by the first baseman, Bentoncourt, to the plate. Ruiz put the tag on. At the plate right now, we have Paul Myro, the right-handed hitting shortstop, with 2 outs. Jason Sharman on third base, and that ball is tapped. And this could be a tough play at third, and he's going to relay over, and that ball's going to get away, and the Rebels are going to win. Myro puts the ball in play. Tough play by the third baseman, Martinez, and he pulls the first baseman, Bentoncourt, off of the bag. Jason Sharman comes home to score, and the Rebels are going to walk this one off in the bottom of the 9th and win 9-8 to take the last game of this opening weekend of Mountain West Conference baseball. We'll take a short break, come back to you, give you the numbers, and give you some thoughts before we end the broadcast. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield. Welcome back to the wrap-up of UNLV baseball. I'm Dan Dolby. This broadcast brought to you by Learfield and UNLV Athletics, where we had an exciting one to close out the 3rd game of the series after the Aztecs took the first 2 games convincingly on Friday and Saturday. The Rebels come back to scratch one out on their own here and end up winning 9-8. So the play that got the winning run across with Jason Sharman at third base, 2 outs. Paul Myro was able to hit a kind of a bounder that got to the third baseman in the hole. As he went over to make the play, he pulled the first baseman off, and Jason Sharman was able to go home, and the Rebels walked this one off. So let's give you some final numbers here. The Rebels, 9 runs on 11 hits. They stranded 8 base runners and committed 1 error. For the San Diego Aztecs, 8 runs on 9 hits, and they stranded 3. So as we wrap this one up, we look ahead to the next couple weeks. The Rebels, this is a good one for them to move forward after struggling the last couple days and head into a really tough stretch by going to Oklahoma for a 2-game series on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then traveling to California to play Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, then come back, go to Arkansas for a midweek, and then get on a plane right away and go back to, or go up to the rival up north in UNR. So the Rebels are going to be on the road for the next 10 games. So this is a good one to get, leaving early Wilson Stadium with the victory. A lot of celebration going on out there. The Rebels put the ball in play, made things happen. Kind of some strange plays in this one on both sides of the field, but the Rebels are able to pull this one out. So as we say goodbye from early Wilson Stadium, we thank you for joining us. We look forward to you coming back in a couple weeks for the next home series against Fresno State in a few weeks. But for now, it's a great day to be a Rebel as the Rebels win 9-8 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Thank you for joining us. This broadcast brought to you by UNLV Athletics and Learfield.
Jordan